Σας καλωσορίζω στο τρίτο κύκλο των εκπαιδευτικών σεμιναρίων του προγράμματος Life Prohibit. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για όσους παρευρίσκονται σήμερα εδώ και για όσους έχουν συνδεθεί διαδικτυακά. Είμαι ο Στέλιος Μαυρομάτης, επιθεωρητής περιβάλλοντος και αναπληρωτής προϊστάμενος στο Τμήμα Επιθεώρησης Περιβάλλοντος του Σώματος Επιθεωρητών Περιβάλλοντος Βόρειο Ελλάδος. Όπως θα γνωρίζετε, αυτό το σεμινάριο είναι ο τρίτος κύκλος που γίνεται μετά από μια σειρά σεμιναρίων που προηγήθηκαν. Τον προηγούμενο μήνα είχαμε τον πρώτο και δεύτερο κύκλο. Η θεματολογία δεν είναι ακριβώς η ίδια. Φυσικά είναι στο ίδιο πλαίσιο, αλλά αυτό που θέλω να πω είναι ότι δεν είναι οι ίδιες οι παρουσιάσεις που θα ακούσετε σήμερα και αύριο. Οπότε θα έχει ένα ενδιαφέρον και ειδικά σήμερα θα έχει ακόμα μεγαλύτερο ενδιαφέρον, γιατί έχουμε την τιμή να έχουμε ανάμεσά μας συναδέλφους από ευρωπαϊκές χώρες, οι οποίοι θα μας ανοίξουν ένα παράθυρο στον κόσμο και ένα παράθυρο στο μέλλον. Έτσι, αυτή είναι η εντύπωση που αποκόμισα ακούγοντας τις εισηγήσεις τους χθες, γιατί το σεμινάριο αυτό έλαβε χώρα και εχθές και προχθές στην Αθήνα και επαναλαμβάνεται σήμερα στη Θεσσαλονίκη. Οπότε θα έχει ενδιαφέρον σήμερα να ακούσουμε τους ομιλητές και αύριο βέβαια έχουμε παρουσιάσεις οι οποίες είναι διαφορετικές από αυτές που είχαμε ακολουθήσει και έχουν ιδιαίτερο ενδιαφέρον. Θα ήθελα πριν ξεκινήσουμε τις παρουσιάσεις, πρώτα απ' όλα να ευχαριστήσω το Τεχνικό Επιμελητήριο Ελλάδος που για άλλη μια φορά παραχώρησε αυτή την αίθουσα και μας φιλοξενεί και διευκολύνει την διεξαγωγή των σεμιναρίων. Πριν ξεκινήσουμε λοιπόν, θα ήθελα να συνδεθούμε με την Αθήνα και να ακούσουμε την Ελένη τη Γλύπτη, η οποία είναι προϊσταμένη στο Τμήμα Επιθεώρησης Περιβάλλοντος στη Νότια Ελλάδα. Η Ελένη Γλύπτη είναι η συντονίστρια, η υπεύθυνη για το πρόγραμμα Life Prohibit. Το Υπουργείο Περιβάλλοντος είναι ο φορέας που τρέχει αυτό το πρόγραμμα σε συνεργασία και με άλλους φορείς. Θα μας πει λίγα περισσότερα η Ελένη Γλύπτη, η οποία ήταν προγραμματισμένο να είναι σήμερα εδώ, αλλά δεν μπόρεσε να βρει τελικά πτήση. Οπότε δεν ξέρω αν είμαστε έτοιμοι να ακούσουμε την Ελένη για ένα σύντομο χαιρετισμό και κάποια πληροφοριακά στοιχεία πριν προχωρήσουμε με τις παρουσιάσεις των ομιλητών. Θα έχουμε μια μικρή αλλαγή στη σειρά των παρουσιάσεων, γιατί κάποιοι προσκεκλημένοι θα πρέπει να φύγουν πιο νωρίς να προλάβουν την πτήση τους. Αυτό βέβαια δεν θα επηρεάσει ιδιαίτερα το πρόγραμμα, γιατί ό,τι είναι προγραμματισμένο θα έχουμε την χαρά να το ακούσουμε. Οπότε καλημερίζουμε την Ελένη τη Γλύπτη και αν μας ακούει μπορεί να πάρει το λόγο.
Καλημέρα, μ' ακούτε?
Πολύ καλά, Ελένη.
Πολύ ωραία, ωραία.
Σε
Χαίρομαι
βλέπουμε,
πάρα
αλλά
πολύ.
Ναι,
Ωραία.
ωραία.
Χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που σας βλέπω εκεί. Δυστυχώς δεν μπόρεσα να έρθω γιατί με καθυστερήσαν να με υπογράψουν τη μετακίνησή μου και δεν μπόρεσα να βρω πτήση. Όμως είμαι σίγουρη ότι οι συνάδελφοί μου θα τα πάνε πάρα πολύ καλά εκεί. Ονομάζομαι Ελένη Γλύπτη. Είμαι η Project Coordinator του Life Prohibit, του προγράμματος στο πλαίσιο του οποίου γίνονται αυτά τα σεμινάρια. Είναι ο τελευταίος κύκλος των σεμιναρίων, όπως σας είπε και ο Στέλιος. Έχουν ήδη προηγηθεί 2 κύκλοι στην Αθήνα και στην Θεσσαλονίκη. Σήμερα και αύριο είναι ο τελευταίος κύκλος. Σήμερα έχουμε την ιδιαίτερη χαρά να φιλοξενούμε συναδέλφους μας από τα κράτη-μέλη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, οι οποίοι θα έχουμε την τιμή να μας μιλήσουν και να μας μεταφέρουν την εμπειρία τους από τις χώρες τους. Αυτό το σεμινάριο πραγματοποιήθηκε στην Αθήνα χθες, ήταν πολύ πετυχημένο, είχαμε μεγάλη συμμετοχή. Οι εντυπώσεις που αποκομίζω εγώ από τους συναδέλφους από την Αθήνα, όσους μέχρι τώρα με έχουν δει, ήταν ότι πήρανε πάρα πολλά από αυτά τα οποία ακούσανε. Οπότε περιμένω και εγώ ότι και σήμερα θα έχουμε μια πολύ γόνιμη συζήτηση. Αυτά από εμένα. Να πω ένα καλημέρα μόνο στους συναδέλφους μας. Dear Gegeli, dear Giuseppe and Carl, I hope you are okay today. You had a nice flight yesterday, and I'm sure as an environmental inspectorate, we're honored that you are here with us in our country in order to exchange knowledge, to exchange experience. And I am sure that after the end of this seminar, every one of us, we will be richer in knowledge and experience. Thank you very much for coming, and good luck in the seminar. Thank you very much. Οπότε, παιδιά, σας ευχαριστώ. Έχετε την καλημέρα από την κυρία Λαζάρου. Σας χαιρετά και αυτή με τη σειρά της. Και να έχουμε καλό σεμινάριο. Θα είμαι και εγώ online και ας συνεχίσουμε.
Σε ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Ελένη, και πολλούς χαιρετισμούς και στην κυρία Λαζάρου και στην Σόνια Τετροπεθυριάδου, την Γενική Διευθύντρια του Σώματος Επιθεωρητών. Οπότε είμαστε έτοιμοι να συνεχίσουμε με τις παρουσιάσεις. Το λόγο θα πάρει πρώτα ο Γκέργελι Ίμρε από την Ουγγαρία. Θα αφήσω τον Γκέργελι να συστηθεί ο ίδιος και να πάρει όσο χρόνο θέλει, γιατί θα χρειαστεί λίγο περισσότερο χρόνο από όσο είναι προγραμματισμένο, αλλά αυτά που θα μας πει θα είναι σίγουρα πολύ χρήσιμα και θα είναι στη διάθεσή σας για ερωτήσεις, τόσο για εσάς που είστε εδώ, όσο και διαδικτυακά. Με τις ερωτήσεις στο chat τις παρακολουθούμε και θα τις μεταφέρουμε στους ομιλητές. Please, Gergely, we welcome you and we are eager to listen to what you have to say.
Thank you. Should I sit here?
Of course. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, here in the room and online. As said, my name is Gergely Imre. I work for the National Bureau of Investigation in Hungary. My background is purely law enforcement. And I try to present you today first some cooperation possibilities between environmental authorities and the police, some good practices in this topic, and also a mobile application the Hungarian Ministry of Energy developed. I was thinking before preparing myself for this presentation how to start with, and sorry, yes, it works. Thank you. So how to jump into this topic? Should I start with drawing up how the authority structure in Hungary is, or where to begin? But I'd like to start with a comparison between Hungary and Greece, so that you can see how the Hungarian waste industry is operating, to have a little bit better view on what the situation in our country is. I will then talk about this National Environmental Security Task Force, and afterwards I will turn the presentation to this so-called waste radar application. Before I start, I'd like to really thank you for inviting me to present here among such excellent experts like my Italian and Austrian colleagues. So let's start. Greece and Hungary. I don't know how accurate these numbers are. Just found it on the internet. Just to let you know what are few conditions of our country. As you can see, we have quite the same population as Greece has, a little bit less. And as you can see, we so to say, rotate ourselves a little bit faster with a little bit shorter life expectancies. The area, however, is a little bit different. Even though the territory, the land territory, is somewhat similar, a little bit less than what you experience in Greece, but you can see the biggest difference is that we don't have access to sea. And the location, the geographic location of our country is in the middle of Europe, just between Western European countries and Southeast Europe. Therefore, we are a transit country. We experience a lot of transboundary shipments in all type of goods and waste incorporated in that. So we see that many shipments are crossing through our roads, or they end up within the country. And to go narrow our scope a little bit into the topic, you can find some facts, some numbers about the waste management industry in our country. We have 65 landfills operating in our country, one plant from waste to energy, and you can see the number of the treatment facilities and recycling centers, and you can see that we produce more than 400 kilograms of municipal waste per person per year, which is, as I saw, is a little bit less than what you experience here in Greece. So these are the capacities of our country. But because we experience a lot of transfrontier shipments, we import waste in our country. These facilities are, as we see it, are not necessarily capable of managing all the waste in a legal manner. And how and where this waste is coming to our country is you can see it on this map. Last year, we organized a regional operation. The countries with the blue color participated this regional operation in October. And the arrows you can see on the map is made by the major seizures the countries carried out throughout this operation. So you can see that the illegal shipments were departed mainly from the Western countries, and they were traveling eastwards with only a few exemptions. And as you can see, let's say the majority of the arrows are pointing through our country, and this is pointing to the fact that we receive more waste from the West that we are capable of managing, and it is, of course, if you have the capacity to inspect those shipments on the roads, and you have the possibility to turn them back, this can be a good practice. But unfortunately, as I will describe a little bit later, we have quite a shortage in these terms. So we experience many shipments disappearing within our country. And how does this ends up in our national records, national databases, is what you can see on this slide. These are the official numbers of the crime database of Hungary. The red columns were generated by counting all type of crimes in our country divided by 1,000. The blue columns, however, representing only the waste crimes. So you can easily see that over the last decade, the general trend in criminality in our country was a sharp decrease. The number of crimes committed in our country halved over 10 years. But within this same period, waste crimes didn't follow this trend. They tripled. It is easy to see what trend we are experiencing. We can say that of course the public is more sensitive to this topic. So there are more reports, and also this waste radar application is contributed to this fact. But definitely it is due to the fact that the amount of waste within the country has grown. So this is something we should do something about it. At this very moment, we made a proposal for the government, and hopefully it will be discussed by the respective ministers to set up a joint unit to control transborder shipments. And this unit should be composed of inspectors, environmental inspectors, and police investigators, originally to fight organized crimes. So this should be a two-agency cooperation assisted by the customs and the disaster management authority. So a sort of a multi-agency unit dedicated only to inspect illegal waste shipments and to investigate the cases they detect. It is only a proposal. It is not. It has not yet been done. But I have, let's say, good reasons to believe that it will materialize in the near future. But if we look a little bit closer, what these waste crimes are in general, what activities we can detect, you can see this this chart. It's a quite old data. It's in 2016 when we did it. We analyzed all the modus operandi on the database of the investigations, what the police was conducting in terms of waste crimes. So we saw that the majority of the crimes investigated by our police units were due to illegal dumping and fly tipping. They investigated some activities, waste management activities, when the perpetrators didn't obtain license. Also, some burning of waste. We saw some not good, let's say, experiences that they didn't really fill up the required data boxes, so we couldn't identify some of the modus, and they carried out some investigations to sewage water, which is not waste crimes in our country, but the biggest, let's say, issue with these numbers were that no investigations were started at that year due to exceeding license limitations, misclassification of waste, or illegal exports, which was, let's say, at first really interesting for us to see, because these are intellectual crimes, administrative manipulations of documents, in fact. And we believed that these were happening. We just simply didn't have the capacity to detect them. At least the police, we didn't know about it. We didn't know how to detect these crimes. So we started to think how to react, how to improve our capacity, our knowledge. And we came up with the idea that we should attach the administrative authorities to the police and let the police have more experience in and more knowledge in how waste management is organized, what are the relevant regulations, and how these crimes happen and how to detect them. So in the end, it was thank you. It was designed that we should build up a cooperation framework between the relevant authorities, and this will lead us to the topic of the National Environmental Security Task Force. But just before that, just a few pictures of what we recently saw in our country. As you can easily identify, this is an illegal storage of used tires. These tires were coming from Austria. In practice, we have 4 investigations attached together. A circle of criminals imported illegally used tires from Austria at a quantity of 1 million cubic meters, and this is one of the biggest concerns in our country. As you can see, around this waste there are no proper facilities to manage it. The other big problem is what you can see on these pictures, and these are plastic waste, or at least on paper these were plastic waste from Italy, but of course you can see that they are mixed with municipal waste. Back again, no proper management facilities. The license is so this waste shouldn't have entered the country with an Annex 7 document. But now let's go on with this next structure. But before that, a little bit, I'd like to draw a picture how the police is handling environmental crimes, waste crimes included. This is an oversimplified structure of the police in Hungary. The boxes with the yellow color have the capacity, the power to investigate waste crimes. The majority of the investigations are carried out by the local police stations, for sure. But you can see this, the second box with the yellow color, National Bureau of Investigation, where I work. We have a dedicated unit to fight environmental crimes, and we deal with the major cases, with the crimes that have international relevance or connection to organized criminality. This environmental crime unit, there we have 11 investigators. And you can see that we have a quite wide range of crimes we are dealing with. So we are investigating crimes to endangered species, pollution crimes, waste crimes, and a lot more. And this will even be wider in 2 years' time when the new environmental crime directive, or at least the national regulations, will step into force. Besides investigating these crimes, we have other issues to deal with. So as you can see, some facts on the NBI. As I said, we are doing criminal investigations, so we are civil closed police investigators. Organized crime and serious crimes in our focus. We are working at national competence. We have international connections. We are quite well known among other law enforcement agencies in the EU. And we carry out strategic tasks. And this is highly important when it comes to environmental crimes. we see that it is not working if you don't have a strategy to work with, if you don't plan forward. So therefore, my job has been for the last 6 or 7 years is purely strategic. I don't deal with investigations. I can't afford it. I have many other things to deal with. Every now and then I have the possibility to go out to crime scenes with my colleagues, but I only assist them. The tasks I carry out are on the slide. I am responsible for the national implementation of Europol's MPACT. Allow me not to go into the details what MPACT is. My colleague from Austria, Karl Frauenberger, has a very good presentation in detail in MPACT. But in a nutshell, this is a cooperation platform for the EU's police and customs agencies. It has a priority to fight environmental crimes. And the operations there are implemented by the national bureaus. And this is what I am responsible for in Hungary. I'm also providing expert assistance for our government when the EU has some negotiations in justice and home affairs. But besides these, we are taking part in international projects, mainly ISF based, but some live as well. There is a Southeast European Law Enforcement Center, which has its headquarters in Bucharest. This is a cooperation platform for the countries in the Balkans region. It has an environment and nature-related crimes task force established in 2009. And since that time, it is coordinated by Hungary. And this is something I've been doing for 10 years. I try to connect this cooperation, this regional cooperation framework with Europol's framework to create synergies. So the TOXO operation, I showed the map with the arrows, was organized with using these two frameworks. We also organize environmental crime trainings, and how we do it is we pick up certain regions within our country and we invite their colleagues from different areas having the power to work on environmental issues. So we always invite the prosecutors there. We always invite criminal investigators. So from the police, from the customs, from inspectorates, from the environmental authorities, the disaster management, national park rangers, and so on. So we attach everybody. We bring everybody together to let them know each other, because the first problem we identified was that these people working in similar fields, some overlapping competencies, they don't know each other in many times. They didn't know of what the other, how the other counterpart is working. So this was a really good practice we saw to let each other know a little bit better. And we are also coordinating the National Environmental Security Task Force. I will be talking about in practically I am the chairman of this framework. On this slide, you can see, besides the police, what authorities have some tasks in environment protection. So when it comes to permit issuing, you can see, and I'd like to point out that you can see the government offices. In fact, at each point you can see them. These government offices incorporate the inspectorates. So when I point out government offices, you can think that these are the inspectorates. Previously, we had an independent inspectorate system, but they were incorporated into this framework. I won't say it's good or bad. It's a different structure. We have 20 of them throughout the country. What I consider is what is not a good solution, that they don't have a central bureau, a central authority above them. So the implementation of the legal regulations can be a little bit different between the different government offices. When it comes to detection or control of activities, you can see a lot of agencies, and we have the possibility to investigate environmental crimes, offenses, infringements by mainly two parties. The government offices when it is in case of infringements or crimes, or the police when it comes to crimes. The difference between and if we are talking about waste issues, we have a distinction in our legal system between infringements and crimes, and these are measured by two qualities. If the waste to which the crime or the unlawful act is committed to is hazardous, it is naturally a crime. So the police has the power to investigate. If it is not hazardous, but reaches a certain amount, it is also a possibility for the police to step in. And this criteria is 1,000 kilograms, above 1,000 kilograms, crimes below infringement, and or we can measure it by the size of the territory contaminated with this waste, and this is 10 square meters. So above it, crime, below infringements, and this is how we distinguish who to start the process. But what you can see on this slide is that we have a wide range of agencies responsible, and we detected that there is no good cooperation. They are fragmented, so we should devise something. We should come up with a solution that these agencies communicate, and when environmental crime became a priority, an impact priority in 2017, we did a survey in our country, and we identified a lot of gaps in our system. We saw a lack of central professional guidance and strategy in environmental law enforcement. We saw an instability in the system, separation of relevant actors, low level of qualification, knowledge, and experience among the staff of these relevant authorities, an inefficient data flow, and the lack of communication between the colleagues working in this field, and an inadequate data process. So we were keeping records, we were collecting data, but we didn't use them, in fact. So these were the problems we had to find a solution for. And we identified an Interpol shame as a good practice, which we can possibly implement in our country. This paper was issued by Interpol, I believe, in 2014. What practically they did is New Zealand developed a cooperation framework Interpol identified it as a good practice, so they simplified the structure and make it like all of the countries can implement them. And this was a study, and this is the structure. It's quite simple thing. If you attach the police, the customs, the environmental agencies, other agencies, the prosecutors, so every relevant actor in this field together, creating a framework to work in, it can be helpful mutually for everybody. I let Carl talk a little bit in more detail how this could be set up according to Interpol. I'd like to talk a little bit the Hungarian version of it. We did it in a project framework, and of course there was a grounding phase, a phase to detect the problems. I showed you 2 slides before. And we did some study visits to the UK, to Spain, to France, and we picked up the French system because the French already had such a cooperation framework. And because the legal system of France is similar to the Hungarian one, it was the best solution for us to implement. And so we wrote a memorandum of understanding, and that was the founding document of our cooperation framework. And here on this slide you can see the partner organizations we have within this nest. So we have the Ministry of Agriculture, we have the National Tax and Customs Administration, the National Police Headquarters. Our unit is included, Ministry of Energy, National Directorate General for Disaster Management, the Pest County Government Office. So it's in these terms. I have to say that we have other 19 government offices lacking from this system, but the most important to have inside is the Pest County Government Office. Why? Because they are the dedicated inspectorate having the power to inspect transborder waste shipments. We also have the National Food Chain Safety Office, and we have some NGOs as special cooperating partners. What can be interesting for you, I guess, to see is that we don't have a dedicated ministry for environmental affairs. This is lacking in our governmental system. The topic is divided between 2 ministries. Nature conservation is belonging to the Ministry of Agriculture, and environmental protection, waste issues are belonging to the competence of the Ministry of Energy. How we work, how it is structured. As you can see, we have the authorities, the ministries who have the colleagues working in this field. They create an internal communication system, and they appoint some number of representatives to the Commission. Altogether, we have 21 persons in the Commission from the agencies you could see on the previous slide. And this Commission is a strategic forum. According to the Memorandum of Understanding, we meet annually once, but in practice it is more, let's say 2 times a year. And we deal with strategic issues. To be more precise, or bring you a practical example, the implementation of the new environmental crime directive is organized by this commission of the nest. But we also have 2 executive groups. So when it comes to more operational topics, when there is a specific, concrete crime to work on, we have the possibility that these forums, these executive groups can step in, and they can discuss the future steps, the roles their organizations have in investigating a certain activity. Originally, we designed a council of the task force, so a high-level stakeholder forum. This didn't materialize, but I always say that at least we have some possibility for improvement. So hopefully it will be set up in the future. And these are the goals we have. These are the fields of cooperation. So we are to maintain communication between the partner organizations. We are to develop and operate an information sharing system, creating and implementing a training program I was talking about, creating and implementing a common strategy. Honestly, this will be an obligation for all the member states in the EU. We are not done with this yet. We are just started a threat assessment in our country in environmental crimes. And after completing this, we would like to build up the strategy based upon the findings of this threat assessment. We are to implement joint operations, to jointly apply for funds and to compose legislative proposals. Yes, and this was it for the NEST, for the cooperation network, as let's say as a good practice of our country. And I'd like to turn to the other topic, which is the hulladék. Hulladék radar is the Hungarian word. It's if I have to translate it, it's waste radar. This application was designed by the Ministry of Energy. Therefore, I was not personally involved in the process. I can talk about it, but if you have a specific technical question about it, maybe I will have to ask my colleagues to answer them. But I will deal with it if later on, if this would be the case. But what is it for, and how why is this was designed? As you could see, we detect a lot of illegal dumping in our country. So there was a pressure that our government should try to solve the problem, at least to detect these illegal dumpings as soon as possible. And in terms of these, there are many possibilities, and digitalization is the key word in these terms. You will hear a very interesting, very good presentation on AI possibilities, but our government started to think to use the public in this sense, and the interest of the public of using cell phones, because we always have our cell phones with us. We are always making photos, selfies, and this tendency can be used to detect, to report waste crimes. So this waste radar application, in its essence, is for the public to increase, to support the reporting of illegal dumpings, to let the environmental authorities know of these unlawful illegal dumping sites as soon as possible. So this application was designed, the design of the application started in 2020. They had two versions, basically the 1.0, which was a test application, and now what is operating is the 1.5 version. It can be installed either to iPhones or Android systems. And what is really useful for us that it is directly connected to the environmental authorities' IT systems. So once you are taking a trip in the countryside, you see an illegal dumping site, you have your cell phone with you, and there is a possibility to take some photos and report it that in 1 or 2 minutes to the authorities, and they will immediately receive this report. And it is also useful, highly useful, and I will talk about it during the last slide. It keeps not only statistical data, but operational data as well, and it's a gold mine for investigators. What is required? It's in all of the cases when it comes to mobile applications. You should register using your email address to pick up a nickname, and after a short verification process, you have your registration. And what you can do when you detect an illegal dumping site is to fill these criteria in the application. Of course, there are some criteria an average person would not be capable of precisely define, but at least it can orientate our authorities. And in many cases, in most of the cases, you are not required to write, just to tick on certain boxes. So it's quite easy, quite fast to do it. The public is not required to spend too much time on reporting the crimes. However, your report, your complaint will then have a history within the application. So you will receive some feedback information, whether your complaint has been signed to one of the competent authorities, what they did with this complaint. So the public is informed of the authorities' activities with your report. And this is my last slide, but I'd rather talk a little bit on the usage of the police of this application. We haven't done it so far, but the most important thing connected to this application is the data it stores, because after a few years and a lot of reports, because now at the moment, as far as I'm concerned, it has 33,000 users. So a lot of data is fed in the application, and we can use these to see trends, to pick up focal points, focal areas of illegal dumping, and use them within our capacities with the specific tools we have. Because as a police, as a criminal investigator to fight organized crime, we have the possibility to use undercover tools. We can use certain hidden cameras to detect the perpetrators, to gather proofs that can be used by the prosecutor in the end. So this is what we would like to do with the data recorded by by this application. So it's on one hand useful for the authorities that they receive immediate information on illegal dumping, so they can act to remove that waste as fast as possible. So the country will be cleaner. And on the other hand, it is really useful for the investigators to obtain information and proof on the perpetrators of these crimes. So that was it. I hope you found it interesting or useful from your side. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gergely. Very interesting presentation. Παρέλειψα να πω στην αρχή ότι υπάρχει διαθέσιμη υπηρεσία μετάφρασης, οπότε όσοι είστε παρόντες μπορείτε να ζητήσετε ακουστικά από πίσω και ευχαριστούμε πολύ τη μεταφράστρια που μας βοηθάει σήμερα. Και για όσους παρακολουθούν διαδικτυακά, που με χαρά βλέπω ότι είναι πολλής κόσμος, ίσως να αντιληφθήκατε ότι υπάρχει δυνατότητα να επιλέξετε μετάφραση διαδικτυακά. Υπάρχει το εικονίδιο της υφηλίου και από εκεί μπορείτε να επιλέξετε τη γλώσσα για να παρακολουθήσετε. Αν και πιστεύω ότι οι περισσότεροι γνωρίζετε πολύ καλά αγγλικά, όπως και ο Γκέργελη. Πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα η παρουσίαση. Μου έκανε εντύπωση ότι αφενός ο Γκέργελη παρουσίασε καλές πρακτικές της χώρας του, αλλά είχε και την ειλικρίνεια να αναφερθεί και σε κάποιες ελλείψεις, τις οποίες θέλησαν να διαγνώσουν με ένα gap analysis, και αυτό βοήθησε στο να προχωρήσουν μπροστά και να οργανώσουν, ίσως όχι σε πλήρη βαθμό, αλλά να κάνουν βήματα οργάνωσης υπηρεσιών με στόχο την καταπολέμηση του περιβαλλοντικού εγκλήματος. Και μας έδωσε την ευκαιρία να διδαχθούμε από την εμπειρία της Ουγγαρίας. Οπότε ας δώσουμε την ευκαιρία σε όσους είστε εδώ ή και μας παρακολουθείτε διαδικτυακά να κάνετε τις ερωτήσεις σας. Υπάρχει μικρόφωνο εδώ για όποιον θέλει, ή και παρακολουθούμε το chat, η Γεωργία θα μας βοηθήσει για τυχόν ερωτήσεις. Από το chat δεν έχουμε κάποιες ερωτήσεις αυτή τη στιγμή. Αν θέλετε εσείς μεταξύ να προετοιμάσετε κάποια ερώτηση, εγώ θα ήθελα μία διευκρίνηση στο Γκέργελη. Ανέφερε, είναι λεπτομέρεια, αλλά ανέφερε σαν κριτήρια διαχωρισμού του πτέσματος με το έγκλημα κάποιες ποσότητες. Για παράδειγμα 1000 κιλά ή 10 τετραγωνικά. Αυτή είναι η διαφορά. Αυτές οι ποσότητες μάλλον αναφέρονται σε επικίνδυνα ή μη επικίνδυνα απόβλητα.
I was talking about not hazardous waste. If it is hazardous waste, the quantity doesn't matter.
Πολύ ωραία.
But it was the criteria was not 1 cubic meter, but 10 square meters. So it was.
Ωραία. Άρα λοιπόν, ναι.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying that when it comes to the distinction between infringements and crimes, in case of hazardous waste, the quantity doesn't matter. It's all type of all cases of hazardous waste is considered a crime. When it is not hazardous, it's the quantity of distinction is 1,000 kilograms, or the area, the size of the area contaminated with the waste to reach 10 square meters. Yes, this is the threshold. Yes.
Ναι, είναι ένα όριο που βάλανε για να διαχωρίζουν το πτέσμα από το έγκλημα. Αλλά το ερώτημά μου στον Γκέργελη θα ήταν, δηλαδή, αν μιλάμε για μη επικίνδυνα απόβλητα, όπως τη φωτογραφία που είδαμε με τα εγκαταλειμμένα ελαστικά ή τα ισορρευμένα ελαστικά απόβλητα, δεν έχει σημασία η ποσότητα των μη επικινδύνων? Πάντα είναι πτέσμα? Δεν υπάρχει ένα όριο για τις ποσότητες των μη επικινδύνων που καταλήγει να λογίζεται ως έγκλημα?
Yes, yes, yes. This is correct.
So it's always infringement, no matter how much non-hazardous waste we have.
No. If it is non-hazardous, but it is above this quantity level, it is a crime.
Okay.
So it's two ways you have to consider: the quantity of the waste and the quality. If it is meeting the quality criteria, the quantity doesn't matter. If it doesn't meet the quality criteria, then you have to consider the quantity.
Okay, so these quantities you mentioned are the threshold above which you consider an infringement. You consider it as a crime.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and below that, if it is smaller quantities than 1,000 kilograms, you consider it as infringement.
Yes.
Very good.
Indeed.
Αυτό εγώ το σημειώνω σαν μια καλή πρακτική, χρήσιμη πρακτική γενικότερα και σε σχέση με το μοντέλο ενεργειών συμμόρφωσης, όπου αναφέραμε και στις προηγούμενες παρουσιάσεις, θα τα ακούσετε και αύριο, ότι έχουμε μόνο ποιοτικά κριτήρια για το τι είναι, ας πούμε, χαμηλή παράβαση, μέτρια παράβαση κλπ. Και ενώ υπήρχε η σκέψη για να βάλουμε και ποσοτικά κριτήρια, διστάσαμε. Αλλά νομίζω ότι βλέπετε και θα δείτε και στη συνέχεια από τις άλλες παρουσιάσεις, στην Αυστρία για παράδειγμα, και εκεί ορίσανε ποσότητες, νούμερα, και αυτά νομίζω μας βοηθάνε. Thank you very much, Gergely, for these clarifications. Έχετε κάποια...
μπορώ να πω κάτι.
Ναι, φυσικά.
Αυτό
Ακούμε την
ήθελα...
Ελένη.
Ναι. Ο Γκέγκελη τώρα με ακούει, δηλαδή μπορεί να ακούσει αγγλικά.
Yes.
Ωραία.
Ναι.
Έχει μετάφραση, έτσι.
Ναι.
Ωραία. Διερμηνία έχει. Ωραία.
Yes.
Ωραία. Αυτό λοιπόν είναι κάτι, όπως άκουσες και χθες, το οποίο το έχω σημειώσει και εγώ, γιατί είναι πολύ σοβαρό για το δικό μας το ΜΕΣ. Και έγινε και μια ερώτηση χθες στον Καρλ. Θα ακούσετε και μετά την παρουσίασή του. Το γεγονός ότι βάζουν ποσοτικά κριτήρια, βέβαια τα βάζουν σε μη επικίνδυνα. Αυτό λίγο πρέπει να το δούμε. Όμως, ας ακούσουμε και την παρουσίαση του Καρλ και να έχουμε αυτή την πληροφορία για να δούμε πώς θα τη χρησιμοποιήσουμε εμείς. Και ο Καρλ μάλιστα θα μας στείλει και την νομοθεσία. Αποφασίσαμε χθες, θα τη στείλει στα γερμανικά. Θα την βάλουμε σε ένα Google Translate, πιστεύω, να την μεταφράσουμε. Γιατί τελικά βλέπουμε ότι τα ποσοτικά κριτήρια στα κράτη-μέλη παίζουν ρόλο. Οπότε, να δούμε πώς θα μπορέσουμε και εμείς ίσως σε μια μετέπειτα τροποποίηση του ΜΕΣ να τα χρησιμοποιήσουμε. Αυτά ήταν πάρα πολύ χρήσιμα τα δύο. Αυτά ήθελα να πω.
Πράγματι, ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Ελένη.
Ναι.
Ναι, θέλετε να πάρετε το μικρόφωνο για να ακούγεστε. Ναι, ένα λεπτό για να ακούμε όλοι. Πείτε παρακαλώ το όνομά σας και από πού προέρχεστε. Στο μικρόφωνο, ναι.
Γεραμαζίδου Θεόνη λέγομαι, από την Περιφέρεια Κεντρικής Μακεδονίας, από τη Διεύθυνση Περιβάλλοντος και Βιομηχανίας. Αυτό που λέτε είναι πάρα πολύ σωστό, να μπουν ποσοτικά κριτήρια, ώστε να υπάρχει και ενιαία αντιμετώπιση σε όλες τις περιπτώσεις. Όμως θα πρέπει να σκεφτούμε ότι οι υπηρεσίες ίσως δεν έχουν τα μέσα για να κάνουν αυτές τις ογκομετρήσεις, ακόμη και μια μέτρηση επιφάνειας. Οπότε θα πρέπει να ληφθεί αυτό σοβαρά υπόψη πριν μπει στην νομοθεσία.
Σωστή παρατήρηση.
Και όλα τα μέσα αυτά που ίσως αργότερα μας πείτε, τις καινούργιες τεχνολογίες, τη χρήση των drone που μπορούν να χρησιμοποιηθούν για ογκομετρήσεις. Γιατί θα αντιμετωπίσουμε σίγουρα αυτό το πρόβλημα αν μπουν ποσοτικά κριτήρια.
Θα δείτε στη συνέχεια μια παρουσίαση για το πώς μπορεί η τεχνολογία να μας βοηθήσει για την επιμέτρηση.
Είμαι σίγουρη ότι μπορεί, αλλά πρέπει όλα αυτά τα μέσα να δοθούν στις υπηρεσίες.
Ναι. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Κάποια άλλη ερώτηση? Δεν βλέπω ούτε διαδικτυακά. Ο Γκέρκελη σύντομα θα πρέπει να φύγει, δηλαδή θα είναι λίγο ακόμα μαζί μας, αν προκύψει κάποια ερώτηση. Ιδάλλως θα τον αποδεσμεύσουμε, θα τον ευχαριστήσουμε πάρα πολύ που είχε την ευγενική καλοσύνη να είναι ανάμεσά μας. Ναι, Ελένη.
Εγώ θα παρακαλούσα, επειδή ήταν πολύ χρήσιμη αυτή η πληροφορία, αν μπορεί ο Γκέγκελη να μας στείλει, ακόμα και μπορούμε εμείς να το μεταφράσουμε, δηλαδή και μη μεταφρασμένο, την νομοθεσία όπως θα μας στείλει και ο Καρλ, για να έχουμε μία βάση συζήτησης, γιατί είναι πολύ σοβαρό για το δικό μας μέσα αυτό.
Ναι, καλή ιδέα. Gergely, the request by Eleni was if you are kind enough to send us this piece of of legislation where you have this criteria, this quantitative criteria to distinguish between crime and infringement.
Yeah, definitely. This is not a problem from our side. In fact, it is written in our penal code. So it's
Okay.
there is no specific let's say regulation on this. It is directly in our criminal code in the section of waste crimes. But I will do it. I have the English translation, so no problem.
Okay, Γκέγκελη,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you again, Gergely. Θα κάνουμε ένα πολύ μικρό διάλειμμα, 5 λεπτά, για να συνδεθεί ο επόμενος ομιλητής, ο οποίος είναι από την Αυστρία, και να δώσουμε και λίγο χρόνο να πάρει μια ανάσα η μεταφράστρια, γιατί η επόμενη παρουσίαση θα κρατήσει αρκετά. Οπότε μόνο 5 λεπτά για ένα νερό και επανερχόμαστε. Ευχαριστώ.
Συγγνώμη λίγο να ρωτήσω κάτι.
Παρακαλώ, ποιος...
Το εικονίδιο που λέει τη μετάφραση, αν και ξέρω αγγλικά και παρακολουθώ αγγλικά,
Ναι.
με ενδιαφέρει πιο πολύ. Ποιο
Ναι.
είναι?
Είναι... Δεν το βλέπετε κατευθείαν, θα πάτε στις 3 τελίτσες νομίζω και εκεί θα δείτε την υδρόγειο.
Interpretation. Εντάξει.
Εντάξει.
Όταν μιλάει, δηλαδή το πατάμε αυτό και μεταφράζεται κατευθείαν στα ελληνικά, δηλαδή. Αυτό γίνεται.
Αν επιλέξετε
Διαλέγουμε
αγγλικά.
την διάλεκτο. Εντάξει.
Ναι. Εντάξει.
Ευχαριστώ
Ωραία.
πολύ. Καλημέρα σας.
Καλημέρα.
Λες και πάθαμε όλη την ώρα στη δουλειά, 3 ώρες.
Πού είμαι τώρα, έχει κάμερα ανοιχτή.
πάρει το λόγο και να μας παρουσιάσει πολύ ενδιαφέροντα πράγματα για τα οποία ίσως δεν έχουμε ξανακούσει. Πολλοί από εμάς σε σχέση με τεχνητή νοημοσύνη. Ακούμε για τεχνητή νοημοσύνη και θα αναρωτιόμαστε αυτά, τι σχέση έχουμε εμείς αυτά. Εγώ θα έλεγα ότι ίσως είναι το ίδιο ερώτημα που μπορεί να είχαμε κάνει πριν από 20-30 χρόνια για τους υπολογιστές και να αναρωτιόμασταν τότε τι σχέση έχουμε εμείς με τους υπολογιστές. Οπότε ο κ. Σκορμπάτη θα μας μιλήσει λίγο πολύ για το μέλλον που έρχεται. Thank you, Mr. Scorbati, and you're very welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to bring you my experience about the introduction and use of artificial intelligence in environment compliance assurance. My work was to be the technical director of the Environment Protection Agency of Lombardia, Milano, Italy. And so in the last period of my activity there, now I'm retired, but I love so much the work that I decided to stay in the international network to share this experience. And in the last period of my work there, we tried to introduce the new instruments and also to make our activity more effective and obviously, but in making so, we found many resistances from the practitioners, from the inspectors, because they didn't know what we were speaking about. So I believe that the third thing that we have to do is to explain a little bit what artificial intelligence is, because it's something that everybody is speaking about, but actually nobody knows. So what does it mean, and which are the bases on which artificial intelligence has been developed. So let me go through my presentation, and please, if you have any need, stop me, ask me, because I would like to have a quite of interaction between us. I have here a lot of slides, and I'm sure that I will not be able to present all of the slides, but I will add the presentation to the organization to make sure that you can go through the slides to have some deepening on some topics, and that way I'm also available to cooperate with the structure to give a further explanation and support in case it is this is in place. So when we speak about artificial intelligence, we speak actually of something that is already existing. The name was invented by the two guys, Alan Turing and John McCarthy, in the 50 years. And the definition was made on the basis of what now we call the imitation game. So how to say that the machine is intelligent? This machine is intelligent if it is able to exhibit an intelligent behavior equivalent or indistinguishable from that a human being. This definition is very, very broad, and as we can see, up to date, the definition has been much expanded, because to this definition is correspond also maybe an elevator. I push a button and he goes, it aligns the cabin to the floor, etc., etc. But it's not so. It's not only mechanical. It's something that implies also learning. So how we can progress to define artificial intelligence and to explain how does it work. Obviously, to speak about artificial intelligence, the first thing that we have to do is to try to understand or to have a model about what human intelligence is, first step. So we have to use two simplified model that use some definition and some experience that we have about intelligence that can be useful also, and that were applied also in the artificial intelligence creation as we know it today. We have two different capabilities among the many of the human mind that can be useful for understand how we work. The two definitions are the two capability of the human. Two of the more capability of the human mind are, from a side, the definition and the use of models. Thank you so much. The definition and use of models, and from a side, and from the other side, we have the accumulating and using of experience. Which are the difference between these two definition of intelligence? From a side, we have as primary capacity the capability to discover a cause and effect relationship, and we are able to model the reality. So from an event, we can understand which are the mechanisms in the event, and we discover the mechanism and we apply that mechanism to other facts which are similar. But from the other side, we have also the capability to handle a new situation through experience. What does it mean? That I see a phenomena one time, and I see the same phenomena another time, and I see another similar phenomena another time. At the end, I can understand the relationship, not the relationship, but the how behave the situation because I saw an initial situation. So I don't need to know which are the relationship between cause and effect, but I see only what is happening. When I see one thing, there is another one that is going to happen. For example, if I put my hand on a hot surface, I feel a discomfort, the sensation, and I get it off. I make another time again. So the next time that we see and that we know that the surface is hot, I will avoid to touch it because I don't know why I feel the sensation of pain when I touch the hot surface. But this experience told me that I'm not to do this because it can produce some harm in me. So how to formalize that capabilities? About the first type of intelligence, we can define general laws. We can also create formulas. All the physics are based on this kind of, and chemicals activity are based on this kind of intelligence. I know relationship between bodies, and I know, so I can forecast how bodies can behave applying a rule that I studied with my mind. Having the capabilities to distinguish and to collapse cause and effect. From the other side, also the experience can be managed in a quite scientific way. Why? Through statistic. Because again, statistic is the representation of the reality, having the knowledge, having the memory of what happened a lot of time. So there are two similar activities, but that may also have quite the same result, but are completely based on different mechanisms. To again, where I can use this capabilities with tools. Again, from a side, I can produce models to produce prediction, and from the other side, I can use statistics as well to produce prediction. And this slide, I skip it very quickly, but the explanation is quite this. On this part of the slide, you see that I can define a rule, a function, and so I can make forecast because I input a data, and through the rule, which is this line, obviously can be much more complicated and can involve many variables and so on. I can make a forecast. So I need only the rule that have been determined by my intelligence. In the second situation, I can also try to build up a line, which could be useful to make forecasts, but the line has been made through a lot of data that describe different situations and that can be put on a chart, as in this case, and so I have a statistical model that allows me to make forecasts. If 1 year I had many cases of flu, for example, in the next 6 months, I can understand and can forecast how many cases of flu may I have, depending on the temperature, depending on the city, etc., etc., etc. Nothing to do with knowing the mechanism, but always is done knowing what happened in the past. This is the mechanism of the differences between a mathematical modeling and statistical modeling. So at the end, we have these two kinds of different intelligences that we try to use to be with machines. But so to summarize, humans can make the modeling of a reality through the knowledge of the cause-effect relationships. In this case, the human explicit models impose a structure, a rule to the data, and extract the answers from the data through the rule that I gave. And from the other side, I have also the experiences, and which is the ability to predict based on witnessing the repetition of similar cases. But I want to use this two kinds of intelligence with machines, but what a machine will never be able to do, never, is to determine a law, a relationship between a cause and an effect. No chance for this, only human mind. I don't know if in many centuries it could happen, but a machine cannot understand what is a reality, the mechanism underlying the reality. But a machine can, oh, sorry, what I did, sorry. A machine can be used in a statistical way to manage the experience. So how to give the machine the capability of using the data to making forecasts? I have to teach it to the machine. I have to teach what? The digital description of the reality. So if I want to study a phenomena through a machine, I have to create what we call a data set, which describe many situations that are similar to that one that I want to study in future. And the statistic of the contained in the training data set made so through very complicated algorithm to study the cases and to determine from the cases the rule that I have to apply. In this case, the situation is that the data create a rule, but the very astonishing thing is that when a rule has been created by the machine, a human operator cannot understand how does it works, because the algorithms are so complicated, and so extensive, and so big, etc., that you cannot have the description of the mechanism used by the machine to determine a result. It's effective, it works, but you don't know why. You don't know why, absolutely, because I gave data, the machine uses big and very complex statistical algorithms. They give you an answer, but if you cannot look into the mechanism to know which were the rules he applied and how it was determined the forecast that you're asking to the machine. So the problem is that in a classical activity, what we do, we have data, we impose rule to the data, and we have answers. In artificial intelligence activity, we have data, we put answers. I will explain very quickly what does it mean, and I extract the rules. Obviously, when I want to create a data set to teach to the machine to do something, I need situation, and I need also the behavior in that situation of the subject that I'm studying. For example, I am Giuseppe Sgorbati. I am a criminal. I am tall, 1.82 meters. My bank account is made so, etc. And what has happened? That at the end, I have to feed into the system also the fact that I committed a crime before. I take my friends here. Is so tall, is a kind of account, is makes that job, etc. He didn't make a crime, and this is another example that I can feed into the machine, feed it to this kind of mechanism. Different individuals or different situations with the outcome. I am a criminal or I am not a criminal. This quantity of information create the algorithm through which, if I feed the machine with the characteristic of a person, I can infer, not forecast. I can infer that it could be a criminal or not. So, in this case, again, feeding the learning machine, the machine learning system with data and with the answers, I can create a black box. So if I feed new data on which I want to have some answers, I can have the answers, but I don't know how it has been determined. So you can understand that defining what artificial intelligence is very complicated, but we have some help from the recent Artificial Intelligence Act, which is the new rules from the European Union that try to protect European citizens by the risk of this inferential activity. And what we can say, the definition that they use for artificial intelligence is that the AI system means a machine-based system. Machine-based doesn't mean that there is not a human being, but some automatic system, that has been designed to operate with varying level of autonomy. I will explain later to you after the definition. And that may exhibit adaptiveness after development, and that for explicit or implicit objective infers from the input it receives how to generate output, such as prediction, content, recommendation, or decision that can influence physical or virtual environment. The core part of the definition, that one in red, I can have answer for explicit or implicit objective that are inferred by the input that I receive. So be careful. The answer that you will get from the machine depend on the information that you gave into the machine, obviously. Coming back to the example before, they may assume that my friend and me were living in the same country. So we are in the same social environment, for example. May I use the same model that has been created through the information from me and him and from other people in this country for examining the behavior of a people living in Africa? Obviously not, because the social behaviors, characteristic of the people, etc., are not the same that we have in our environment. So one of the problems that we will face when we will use artificial intelligence is, but how the machine was trained. The information that I feed into the machine to obtain the result are representative with the situation that I want to study or not. If there's not the situation in place, you can say that the system is biased, have a kind of polarization of answer that made the system not apt to analyze the situation that you are studying. I will make some example. I will try to make immediately an example, which is will clarify what does it mean biasing. You have to know that in the United States, the artificial intelligence system are used, were massively used for profiling people in judicial activity and in police activity. So they had a system that were fed with profiles of people that was arrested by police, and the system was used to see if a people that maybe was arrested have the possibility of being a criminal or not, based on the previous experience. But you know that in the United States, police bodies, there was, and there's still now, a big racial issue. So obviously, the material with which you feed the machine was oriented to say, was based on arrested people, and the arrested people was in vast majority of Black people. So if I use this mechanism to evaluate if a person that was arrested had a big probability to be guilty or not, if you were Black, the probability was high. And if you were white, the probability was low. And you can understand how this kind of biasing can also reproduce in themselves, because if I feed the machine with the result of your arrest, I amplify this kind of bias, because again, I put more information from a side than for another side. because one of the other capabilities of this kind of system, of the evolved system, is to learn by themselves, looking in databases, which are the data that can be useful to increase the experience, to increase the quality of the algorithm. So this kind of autonomy and of adaptability of the instrument is, from a side, a very interesting thing, because I create a mechanism that will evolve without my intervention, without my control. It checks data, it collects, it put, it uses, it modifies the algorithm. But from the other point of view, you can understand that this kind of system, without any possibility to be controlled in the why a result has been produced, is very dangerous from many points of view. I can adjust the level of autonomy, yes, no. I can control the adaptiveness of the system, yes, no. So we have to be very careful that there are many reasons for which the European Union decided to go forward with this artificial intelligence rule to avoid this kind of biasing and of problems regarding the personal right for being considered as a human being and not as a statistical entity, which is the core of the protection that the European Union want to put on the youth. But let me make another example, a practical example to close this theoretical part of my presentation. And again, what I told you before is schematized on the slide. You have an example, which is a case, somebody that committed a crime or a situation, maybe also a situation which I had as endpoint pollution. And I can say that this case is related to a condition of interest. So what I have to do? I have to classify the case with values that are able to give a digital representation of what the object is. The example that I just made before. I am so tall, I have a kind of a bank account, etc., also for my friend on my right. So what does it mean? That each object can be characterized through values that are in regard with different aspects of the life and of the system of this object. What does it happen? Is if I have a population object, I can apply this list of value or characteristic, trying to find in my population who having same characteristic may bring to the same adverse result that I have with the case that I study. But obviously, we cannot base our statistic only on one case. So what had to be done is to have many cases, to have a training set with many positive cases, the red one in which I have the adverse aspect that I'm looking for, but I have to feed the machine also with other cases which are certain characteristics and didn't produce the adverse effect. So I train the machine with data, positive and negative data. The machine create that algorithm that produces this inferential process. And so if I apply this algorithm to an unknown population, I can extract on this statistical basis who can be put in a relationship with the adverse case that I saw in the training set. That's all. So again, you can understand how the consistency, the weight, etc., the quality of the training set, the pertinence of the training set is very crucial to having a good AI system. Application, former application, first application. You can find some examples of the use of artificial intelligence to address criminal justice need. This is work that is some year, but it's very interesting to see in general injustice where artificial intelligence is used in the United States. In law, analyze case law history, assist with discovery processes, summarize evidence, and from the point of view of security and law enforcement, detect patterns and anomalous behavior, predict crowd behavior and crime patterns, protect critical infrastructure, and uncover criminal networks. So that are the uses that at present are used in the United States for this kind of job. Artificial intelligence is used also to see how could be achievable or not the goals of the sustainable development of the United Nations, the 2030 objectives. But again, you can go through the slides later on. And we show to you some practical use of artificial intelligence in tackling environmental non-conformity crimes. And what I'm speaking to you now is mainly based on experience that we had in Italy, when I was managing my oldest daughter, and the experiences that are being developed by US EPA in this field. First, in the period 2013-2017, they started with a project which was called Next Generation Compliance that was aimed to gather, to accumulate the most high quantity of possible environmental data, because they wanted to set up a system which was able to make some prediction on the basis of normal data analytics. So they already were in a phase in which their resources were shrinking, were decreasing. And so they tried to find some method to be as much effective as before, having less resources to use. So the philosophy that they wanted to apply is to have the same number of hit on targets, even without even using a lower quantity of ammunition. So maybe less checks, but more effective. And so they wanted to increase their capabilities because they say that the 10% of investigation that they made every year of the number of the authorized activity was too low. In our countries, maybe the 10% of checks every year is a very, very high number, but maybe that we're not so happy with this, and they want to increase again the number of the non-conformities spotted out without increasing the number of the inspection made. They decided to train a machine learning algorithm to target inspections in the field of management on solid, hazardous, and non-hazardous wastes. And they wanted to try to rank the different installations and industries that they had under their control, to give to each one of that industry a risk number, a risk evaluation, so to make a prioritization of the inspection based on the risk that that installation could be in infringement situation or not. To train the algorithm, they use it as much as 15 years of historical data, which means billions of data, because they have millions of installations with thousands and thousands of data for each one of this installation, including the fact that this installation had or had not a criminal infringement, or anyway was not compliant. And this is one of the problems that we are facing in Europe, or I would say in Italy at this moment, because maybe that I will be able to set up a big database with all the information regarding different industries, what they do, how much raw material they buy, etc., etc., etc. But we have no connection in this moment with the judicial database that say that that industry were compliant or not. So if I know the coupling with the characteristics that I look for in this kind of the non-compliance, my system is completely not useful, obviously. And what they did was to compare the quality in terms of hit on targets that they can achieve with the human-made investigation and inspection program, compared to the results that they can achieve using the machine learning tool. And they saw that using the machine learning tool, they were able to increase the hit rate, the number of installations in which an infringement was found, from 38 to 56%, with an increase of targeting accuracy of by about 47%. And this is another case in which they use artificial intelligence is to check to inspect the installation which are producing liquid wastes. And again, they use a very large database, and the original data file that they extracted from the original database to set up the training set was made with 1,800,000 facilities to understand which kind of number they are using. But in the end, they decided to focus only on 300,000 and 60,000 installations, only to give you which should be the consistency of the data set based to be used for training the machine. And making tests and retrospective tests on the activity, they determined that the system was able to predict correctly the inspection outcome for the 94% of the facilities. So you can understand how this digital very, very, very in favor with using the tool to aim at best your few resources to obtain the outcome you need. In this case, the outcome needed was to produce a more efficient system for hitting on target. And there are many issues on this, because if you consider a system completely based on automatized system, you can also produce some distortion in your planning for inspection. Maybe that your planning for inspection should take into account some particular situation in which you have maybe in a zone a pollution situation that you want to tackle. You may have a health situation that you want to face, etc., etc. This kind of system is not able to produce what you really need from your policy point of view. So also them are thinking about of blending the automatic system to produce a inspection program with a human intention. So at present, they use a system in which they have a certain part of the inspection based on the program, based on risk evaluation through artificial intelligence system, but another part is made by humans, the program, taking into account which could be the policy goals that the administration want to achieve. There is a difference with the way in which in Europe now we are programming inspection. And I would like you to remember that, for example, in the IAD activities, the directive recently adopted in November 2010 by the European Parliament and the Council, you have a mechanism that say to you how you have to plan your inspection. And the mechanism that is described in the directive is a mechanism in which you take into account other factors, not only experience. And so you don't take into care experience. You want to take a situation in which you have industries with a certain level of risk, and you want to minimize the risk for the environment, and not the risk of having a non-compliance. So you have a mechanism for calculating how to make your programs in IAD directive, which is based on the risk connected to the infrastructure, but also the risk regarding the weakness of a surrounding environment, the problem of the population, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this the mechanism that we use now is more from the side of the cause-effect model than on the statistical model. One of the advantages of the system that we use in Europe is that you aim at reducing the environmental risk, not only hitting on target, as they made, and that you can manage this kind of mechanism also with few data. You do not need that huge amount of data that build up the needed experience to make an artificial intelligence system. This is a model that we are using in Italy at this moment, which are not complicated, but I would like to explain to you, but not now, obviously, and which derive also from experience that we had in the IMPEL activity, which is a European network of practitioners in the area of inspections. And going forward, sorry, I simplified the presentation, which is the algorithm, et cetera, et cetera. And but there is another way in which artificial intelligence used in the United States. They are trying to use this kind of data analytics to evaluate if the reports that are sent by the installation to the regulation authority are correct or are false. We have many activities in Europe in this moment in which we ask to the installation to send us the data of self-control, of self-check and self-monitoring, and we make evaluation also on the data that has been transmitted to us. And the self-monitoring and the transmission of the data to US EPA is a fundamental part of the scheme for programming the inspection program, because they increase the number, the inspection, they increase the probability of having inspection in the industries in which they had through the self-monitoring indication that there is something which is going wrong. So you can understand which is the interest of an installation to send false data in case they have bad results, to try not increase the possibility of having an inspection. But based on some statistical filters and on the examination of former experience, you can understand if the data that you received are fit with reality or not. You can check some typical behaviors. You can check the difference between different pollutants and the behavior or the relationship between pollutant and so on. It's not simple to make this kind of activity by human because you have to deal with a lot of data, but applied advanced mechanisms such as some advanced statistics and artificial intelligence, you have the good possibility to identify non-regular patterns in the data that are transmitted by film, and this is used to increase the probability of having an inspection that will determine if there was actually an infringement or not. So also in this case, artificial intelligence is not used to determine if there is an infringement or not, but it is an instrument with which you can go there to see if actually there is the infringement or not. So it's a kind of support on your decisional process regarding your inspection program. We are trying in Italy to set up a mechanism to analyze the databases that we have at present through advanced data analytics system to understand if there is some irregularities, for example. In Italy, we have in this moment many databases regarding the production, the transport, the inspection of shipments, the description of the situation in different regions, etc., etc. And we think that if we should be able to collapse the databases and to use the database to train an AI system, we should also be able to identify activities which are not fit with the law. Our problem, again, is that we have many difficulties of coupling the data that we have in our databases with the data which are in the judicial system that could say us if the industry and the transporters and so on that are categorized in this database had or had not an infringement, and so penalties and so on. So we have the training set, but we do not have the characteristics at the end of the people, so we can make it work for training an artificial intelligence system with that kind of thing. We are struggling to try to couple databases, but there are many difficulties on this. To go forward, there is another very important and very interesting area in which you can use artificial intelligence, which is the area of computer vision. Till now, few years ago, it was not impossible to interpret a photo, interpret an image, so to teach the machine what this image means, and to use this kind of categorization for making the machine say you something about that image. But in recent years, through the machine learning system, also the evaluation of image is something that can be done. And we also in Italy, we use the system to categorize situations in which could be some infringement in place. The situation and the study that we began was because we had a certain period in Italy, a certain high quantity of waste fires. It was a period in which China interrupted the import of plastic wastes and so on. So there was an excess of material. So the prices of this managing these wastes was increasing. So the criminal activity was much more interested and so on. So they gather wastes, they put them somewhere, they put it on fire, etc. So we had an issue also from the sanitary point of view. And so we had to discover on our territories where the illegal storage were. And we made many studies, and we started with the human use of satellite photos to see if we, as a human user, were able to understand where there were some infringement. And so we made a lot of trials to find out unlawful management sites, illegal storages, soil contamination, and so on. And we made also very interesting retrospective studies of what you can see through Earth observation. This is only Google Maps. You can open it from your computer when you want. And the interesting characteristic of this tool is that you have also the time history of a photo. And so this was an installation which we had a fire, and after, unfortunately, only after this event, we were interested to see if we should be able to see before, if there were the condition for which this installation went on fire. And so we saw, making this historical reconstruction, that on 2013, this was the situation of this installation. And the situation was degrading, was decreasing of quality. This is an image from 2016. And this was a situation just before the fire in this installation. So you can understand that if we were so intelligent, so brave to try to apply this mechanism before, also by human operators, you should be able to understand if there was in place a big irregularity or not. So only to give you the hypothesis and the history of what we made later. So you can use this kind of system very simply on the sites that you know, in which there are legal installation, because you can get your maps of installation. You can know the coordinates. You can get the photos from satellite. You can check in a minute if the situation that you see from the sky is fit with the compliance or not. For example, it's obviously that this installation is not fit with compliance because you see a big quantity of wastes outside the covered place for protection of wastes inside that building. So you can immediately, making this kind of very simple scan made with human operators, identify the place in which you can go to make some inspection. And anyway, we decided to make some trials to see not only managed installation, but also irregular situation could be seen by the sky. And we covered many examples, and our operators were examining a lot of situations in which we found through human observation the presence of wastes. At the end, we decided to use that examples to train a machine learning tool to make sure that this kind of operation of determining the presence of illegal dumping waste was made by the computer. And so at the end, we developed this project, Savage project. We took into as a trial zone the province of Pavia. This is the situation of this province in Italy. We took into care 63 out of the 186 municipalities in this province. And we made a trial using this satellite images, or from Google Maps, or buying it from the service provider. And we made some trials on the use of the human-made observation, and we found out that we were able to identify 580 critical sites that under later examination was increased in number and so on. And at the end, we determined that over the 30 sites that were inspected, based on the screening of the first number of possible evidences, we found out that there were 11 irregular situations. So you can see that at the end, you have a big screen work to do, but at the end, the system was very effective. So we also understood that it was very important to have a full chain of competences, making this judgment of where to go to making the inspection or not. But I will explain this a little bit later on. And so we trained an algorithm with the support of the University of Politecnico in Milano. We used a data set for the training of the machine of 3,000 images, which is an affordable number of images. In this set, there were the 33% of cases that were positive samples, samples in which we determined that there actually was an infringement, and the other situation that was similar but without infringement. And at the end, we trained our tool with the training set, and we obtained certain results. Here, there is an explanation that I will let to you for your consideration later. Yeah, for a homework, because in this very simple slide, there is the key to understand the quality of the work made by an artificial intelligence system, or anyway by a statistic, because you have to check which is the which of the cases that you find are actually infringement cases, which is called precision of the system, but it's important another parameter which is called recall of the system, which is the number of cases that you see with regard of the cases that are actually in place. So false positive issues and false negative issue that has to be taken into account to evaluate if your system is working or not. So what we determined through our system is that at the end we had an average precision exceeding 94% with 89% of recall. So of the total cases, we were able to identify the 89% of the cases actually in place, and the cases that were spotted out by the system were actually for the 94% the cases in which there were effectively an infringement, and the 6% was only false positives. Going forward to see how is the possibility of having an infringement is represented on a map. It is used as a shade of colors, which is underposed to the map. So the operator sees on the map where there is a higher probability, red zone, there is an infringement compared to the other part of the map in which there is not an infringement. And now I challenge you to see where an infringement is on this map. And please consider this image as a small portion of the territory, but you have to multiply this image for thousands and thousands and thousands of cases, because it's quite easy to identify here the presence of something which is wrong. But if you have to make this job on the whole territory of our region, you can understand that we are speaking about hundreds of thousands of images. So this is an original image, and this is the image which has been created by the artificial intelligence system. And you can see that it was spotting out in a correct way the situation. And this is another example, which you can see that maybe you can immediately spot out where could be some wastes. And this is the analysis made by the system. And this is another case. And other cases. So you have tens and tens and tens of cases determined with the system. But I would say that the most important lesson that we learned from the activity isn't that you do not need only a system which is able to identify suspect sites, but you need to use the system in a complete chain of compliance, because from having the information to go to an inspection and having the identification infringement, there are many passages that you have to do. So we decided to categorize the different actions that you have to implement to achieve results in this field. And so on the mass of information that have been getting out from the maps by the artificial intelligence system, we had to make some screening that has been made by an observer team that makes the first visual identification and the first analysis of the targets, but also an analyst team which can couple the first information that you had also with the ground information, such as who is the property of the ground, which is the administrative history of the site, etc., etc., etc. So there's a flow chart. The observer team determine if there is a suspect or no. If yes, the suspect have to be confirmed by an analyst team. And later on, you have to decide if there is suspect confirmed, that you have to take a decision on inspection. But the decision of inspection can be taken only by the criminal police officers in our country. And you have to plan also an inspection. So the criminal officers, police officer decide if the site can be a priority or not. If it's not, the inspection will go in a medium-term program for inspection. But if there is some kind of urgency, together with an inspection team, with technicians as agencies and so on, you have to go to the site to make an inspection. And later on, we have to manage the outcome. And in this case, you have to deal with the competent authority, the administrative competent authority from the side, and the prosecutor office from the other side. Again, after the verification, you have to determine if there is an offense or not that has to be managed by the two parts of the compliance chain. So our experience is that, yes, you can have the best possible instrument in place, which is able to spot out many infringements that you can, but important is to make an analysis, to prioritize, and to have a good chance to have an infringement, yes, from a side, but to do so, you have to involve not only your very skilled technicians, but you have to involve at the end also the prosecutors at the end of the chain. We had the first experience that we had that we went to the prosecutor with that 560 suspected sites. And the prosecutor said to us, listen, you have two chances. Or you go, because I give you an order, or in all the 560 sites, and you report to me if there is an infringement or not, so I can prosecute it, or you cooperate with me to understand where we have to go or not. So they gave us some criminal police officials that were working with us in this phases to make prioritization of the images and so on. And only after the prioritization made by the criminal police officers, we were able to set up a program which was actually capable to deliver answers to the prosecutor. I have a counter example, which is very interesting, because we told them, but no problem, we give to you and to these municipalities all the list of the suspect sites so they can go forward in this way. And they say no, because maybe that we already have some criminal investigation on one of these places. And if you deliver to everybody all this information, maybe that some criminal can become aware that there is some investigation in place. So you cannot give any kind of information without our permission, even if they're only suspect and not certified places. So at the end, we decided also to apply some rules regarding the prioritization of the sites that were spotted out with artificial intelligence system. And how to prioritize. We have a different way to prioritize. One of the ways is to understand if the site is actually dangerous or not. What does it mean? Which is the depth of the water table under the site to understand if there is a risk of contamination of the underground waters. Which are the distances from inhabited places with school, with hospitals, and so on. And so we proposed also a clear model to prioritize the inspection in the place in which we have the suspect to have some infringements, so to manage at best the high quantity of situation that we have to manage. Another example that we have is that one which is made in the United States for the search of unauthorized installations to map the pork breeding factories, for which they have a very, very big problem with regard to the nitrate pollution and so on. This is a big issue also in the United States. And in this case, they wanted to use a system similar to that one that we used to identify if there were in place industries not authorized, installation not authorized for breeding poultry and pigs. So again, they feed the system with satellite images. They applied as training set, they applied the system to the territory of the North Carolina in this case, and they were able to identify a lot of installations that they were not identified before, and they furthermore were able to determine that the system was more efficient than the human observation, And the automatic system was able to determine 50% more of infringement that could be made by human operators. So this part of presentation to me is over. I have other information, but again, it will be up to you to make specific questions and so on. So I let you the floor for question or for the next speakers. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Corbatti. Πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα η ομιλία, έχω να πω. Μάθαμε κάποια πράγματα για τη τεχνητή νοημοσύνη που ίσως δεν είχαμε την ευκαιρία από μόνοι μας να τα δούμε. Βασικές αρχές, αλλά σίγουρα είναι χρήσιμα για να καταλάβουμε για το πώς λειτουργεί αυτό το πολύτιμο εργαλείο που κάποια στιγμή θα το δούμε μπροστά μας. Και ήδη είναι κάτι το οποίο, όπως γνωρίζετε, εφαρμόζεται. Διάβαζα τις προάλλες στον ελληνικό τύπο ότι το 30% των ελληνικών επιχειρήσεων εφαρμόζουν εργαλεία τεχνητής νοημοσύνης. Και να αναφέρω ένα παράδειγμα που το είδα με τα μάτια μου. Σε μια εγκατάσταση εδώ στην περιοχή μας, μια μονάδα που ασχολείται με μέταλλα έχει μια κάμερα την οποία την έχει εκπαιδεύσει, τέλος πάντων το σύστημα χρησιμοποιεί και μια κάμερα και τροφοδοτώντας με φωτογραφίες μαθαίνει να κάνει αξιολόγηση του υλικού που παραλαμβάνει. Πολύ χρήσιμο στοιχείο, εντυπωσιακό και με χαμηλό κόστος. Και ανάλογες εφαρμογές μπορούμε να έχουμε και για την καταπολέμηση του περιβαλλοντικού εγκλήματος, όπως καταλαβαίνετε. Αν έχετε κάποιες ερωτήσεις, παρακαλώ. Υπάρχει, ναι, υπάρχει μία ερώτηση.
The question, what about using models that do not use reinforcement learning, like coherent type networks? I have to say that at present, we have not experienced on the use of this kind of models, because we are at present using only that models, which is let's say, other kind of algorithm. So I can't make in this moment a comparison between the different systems that have been used and in this case proposed. I will check if there is a system on this, but from the point of view of image interpretation, I'm not aware of the use of this kind of models.
Okay, thank you. Δεν ξέρω αν έχετε κάποια ερώτηση. Θα έχουμε την ευκαιρία να κάνουμε ερωτήσεις στον καθηγητή και μετά, γιατί έχει και άλλη μία μικρότερη παρουσίαση να μας κάνει. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω σε αυτό το σημείο τον καθηγητή τον κύριο Σκορμπάτη και αφού δώσουμε 2-3 λεπτά στη διερμηνέα μας να ξεκουραστεί, θα συνδεθούμε με την Αυστρία, με τον κύριο Karl Frauenberger, που το βλέπω ότι είναι ήδη online. Mr. Frauenberger, can you hear us? Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, yes. Thank you very much. I am online. I can hear you very well.
Very good. That's good news. So, Mr. Frauenberger, we welcome you to our meeting. Thank you very much for the honor, and we are very eager to listen what you have prepared for us. So, yes. The floor is yours, and please go on. And after your presentation, we will have a lunch break. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the floor. Again, thank you very much to you and to all people in the audience for the invitation and for giving me the chance to present the point of view of Austria in this very broad topic. I will now try to share my screen.
I'm sorry, Mr. Frauenberger.
Yes.
I said a minute ago that we have to give 2-3 minutes to the interpreter. So, meanwhile, if you could just introduce yourself, and I will translate it so that the interpreter can take a break, and then we can carry on with your presentation. So please tell us a few words about yourself.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you very much. So, personally, I'm more than 35 years in the Austrian police, and for more than 25 years, I am involved in the topic environmental crime.
Ο κύριος Φράουενμπέργκερ μας λέει ότι έχει πάνω από 35 χρόνια προϋπηρεσία στην Αυστριακή αστυνομία και ασχολείται με το περιβαλλοντικό έγκλημα 25 χρόνια, άρα είναι πολύ πεπειραμένος.
I head the environmental crime unit in the Austrian Criminal Intelligence Service, and in this function, I am the main coordinator for environmental crime in Austria on one hand, and on the other hand, I and my team are the official unit for international contact.
Ναι, ο κ. Φράουενμπέργκερ είναι υπεύθυνος της μονάδας για την καταπολέμηση του περιβαλλοντικού εγκλήματος στην Αυστρία και επίσης ο αρμόδιος για τις διεθνείς σχέσεις στο θέμα.
And in this function, I am much involved in all European activities which take place. So I'm closely involved to Europol and the EU Commission, as well as to Interpol, which is a very important international police organization. Also, our unit is dealing with Interpol in this topic.
Είναι λοιπόν στο πλαίσιο αυτών των συνεργασιών με διεθνείς φορείς, η υπηρεσία του κ. Σκορμπάτη, η μονάδα του, έχει καλή συνεργασία, στενή συνεργασία με την Europol, η οποία είναι η Ευρωπαϊκή Αστυνομία, όπως γνωρίζετε, και έχει εξειδικευμένη μονάδα για την καταπολέμηση του περιβαλλοντικού εγκλήματος. Okay, thank you, Mr. Frauenberger. Οπότε θα ήθελα να παρακαλέσω τη διερμηνέα να προχωρήσουμε, να συνεχίσουμε λοιπόν. So we can carry on with your presentation, Mr. Frauenberger. Thank you.
Okay. So can you see my screen?
Not full screen. It's not in presentation mode yet.
Okay, just a moment.
Yes, we can see the coming slides on the left.
So I just pressed the button for the full screen mode, and I see the computer is working on it.
It needs some time.
Maybe, yeah, it's artificial intelligence.
Yes.
Like we just heard.
Artificial, but not very intelligent.
Yeah, that's right. That's a stupid intelligence here.
Maybe try again, because it seems it's stuck.
Okay.
We see only a black screen.
Okay.
So try again, please.
Yes, I will.
Yes, very good.
You see it now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. So again, thanks a lot. This is my first screen. It is more or less about the necessity of good cooperation among specialized units and the administration. So this is let's say the name of the presentation. Do you see the second slide?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Okay, this is briefly the content of the presentation. I will say some words about waste crime in Austria and the legal frame, the organizations who work in it, meaning the police and the other agencies. I will focus on the 8th round of mutual EU Council evaluation. Then the EU project strengthening environmental crime enforcement in Austria, which we organized here. Then I come to the topic of Interpol and NEST. And NEST means National Environmental Security Task Force. Because of that, we built the Austrian NEST. I will focus then afterwards on the new Environmental Crime Directive 2024. The impact program, which is fighting serious and organized crime in Europe. The network, Envy Crime Net, some slides about the waste crime enforcement in Austria, and last but not least, some statistical information connected to the topic of waste crime. So when it comes to waste crime is one part of the broader topic environmental crime. In Austria, we have, of course, as a guiding document, the same as you in Greece. It is about the Environmental Crime Directive from 2008, 99 EC, which was implemented, of course, into the Austrian penal law. And I very much assume that also Greece implemented the directive, as well as the Article 3 concerning waste crime of the directive into, I don't know, into either Greek penal law or into another law in Greece. I would like to explain here that according to this directive, we have a suitable law, guiding law, which can actually involves all forms of behavior you can think of. Illegal behavior is covered by this article. So namely, if you see on littera B, collecting, transporting, recovering, or disposal of waste, even supervision, as it says here. So all forms of illegal behavior, which may become illegal if you have not the allowance, is covered by this littera B of Article 3. You just have to, and this is important, have to recognize that you also have to prove here a cause or likely to cause death or serious injury to any person or substantial damage to the quality of air, soil, or quality of water, or to the concerned animals or plants. And this, of course, is in the course of the investigation. This may become very tricky. Really have to prove that a certain act on waste, and you have to really find a solid proof that this is linked now to the cause or likely of cause of serious injury of some persons or to a damage of quality of the environment. Different to littera C, which you can see here in the Article 3, this of course also concerns waste, but it is very precise concerning shipment of waste, and it takes the necessary link to Article 2 of the EU regulation about shipment of waste. And in this littera C, you do not have to prove any cause of death or serious injury or any substantial damage to the environment, but you have to prove the quantity of this shipment, because it says here it's undertaken in a non-negligible quantity. And this again is for investigators often not very easy to prove, because this term non-negligible quantity may be very different executed in the member states, like also here in Austria. In this situation now, I can inform you that in Austria, the Ministry of the Environment pronounced a decree some years ago, which makes this term very more precise. We have a list now of diverse waste forms and of quantities which are needed to fulfill this part of the offense. And I sent this Austrian decree also to yesterday, also to the Greek partners, and you may then be informed about it. And maybe the Greek administration considers even also to introduce such a decree, which then, of course, makes it more, let's say, more serious, more reliable, and more effective for the investigators as well as for the prosecutors then to handle this term non-negligible. Just for example, what I got in my mind, talking about end-of-life vehicles. In Austria, you need at least 5 end-of-life vehicles in one waste shipment. And if you fulfill this criteria, then we got a crime. If we recognize a shipment of less than 5 end-of-life vehicles, then in Austria, it remains as an administrative offense. I just wanted to highlight in the second part of this slide that for some weeks now, we got a new environmental crime directive from 2024, 1203. You may be aware of it. And I just highlighted the literas FI and IG, and more or less this part of the directive remains the same as we have in the old directive. But in some further slides in this presentation, I will again come back to the new environmental crime directive and show you the more important parts which are now new in this environmental crime directive. When we deal with waste crime in Austria, who is concerned? Well, first the police, with both parts of the Austrian police, with the criminal police for investigation and the uniformed police units, also with investigation of minor cases, but also for controls, if we just think of the traffic police units. Then, of course, the custom is involved when it comes to cross-border waste shipments. Then the administrative authorities, especially the Ministry of the Environment, because it has the competence of notifying waste shipments. We all know that some forms of waste, international shipments, have to be notified in advance by the sending authority, the receiving authority, and even of authorities which are maybe countries in between. If we identify a criminal case in the field of waste shipment, then of course comes in another partner, and this is the prosecution office, which has the task, of course, then to prosecute those cases. On one slide, the Austrian police structure in the topic of waste crime. Top unit is the unit I work for, the Criminal Intelligence Service. Then we got on the investigating level 9 environmental crime investigating units. In total, this means 30 investigators. On the right side of the slide in color, you see the 9 Austrian federal states. And in these federal states, we each got a special environmental crime investigating unit. And all over Austria, spread, we got 600 uniformed environmental police officers. Then we got some special trained uniformed police officers also in special uniform police units. Giving more information on the Criminal Intelligence Service, top unit, as I said, we got national coordination among all stakeholders in Austria. I described it before. International contact. We are the relevant unit for Interpol and Europol information and request exchange. We are the Austrian coordinators for the program MPACT. We are the Austrian representative in the EnviCrimeNet and in different even projects. The tasks of the crime investigating units are investigating major cases, and they support the uniformed colleagues if they need an assistance. The uniformed colleagues, they are generally, like I said, all over in police units in Austria, do all kinds of police duties, but they are additionally trained in and investigate local environmental crime. They assist the investigating officers if necessary, and they are positioned in police stations all over Austria, as well as in those special uniformed police units like the traffic police or like the water police. When I talk about water police, this is in relation to Greece, actually a little bit funny because we only got one big river through our country. We have no sea access compared to Greece, which you are much involved into the sea. But nevertheless, the big Danube River crosses our country, and we here got water police, and they are also trained in recognizing environmental crime or like waste crime. We come across quite regularly of pollutions in the Danube River, as well as illegal waste shipments on ships which cross our country. Again, coming back to the 8th round of mutual evaluations, I don't know how much you know about it. It is regular that the Council of Europe decides to evaluate specific administration topics which concern all member states. And in 2018, it was decided to check the area of environmental crime. Namely, it was the practical implementation and the operation of European police and policies on preventing and combating environmental crime. All 27 member states were checked, and all 27 member states got a report with recommendations how to do better. I just put on these slides some recommendations that Austria received, but also some recommendations what Greece received. You can see on the top, both of our countries got the recommendation to develop a national environmental strategy. More or less, both got a recommendation concerning the prosecution offices to be more precise, to train more. So it is, and I can tell you, all 27 member states got quite a row of recommendations because, let's say, I would say that not all member states are really on a good level in order to tackle environmental or waste crime. Was, from my side, very good, but even very necessary, because on one hand, we implemented all the environmental crime directive. So legally, we were all theoretically on a safe side, but the practice showed afterwards a very different level of playing field. Not all 27 member states organized it in a way that is effective. So, and this Council of Europe mutual evaluations report pushed a bit the member states to do more and to do better. I don't know what Greece did in this respect after receiving this report, but in Austria, and I will show you the next slide, we started a project, and then it became even part of the government program. Yeah, this is the project. Because of those recommendations, we requested a funding in the EU Structural Report Support Service funding up top with the title Strengthening Environmental Crime Enforcement in Austria. And because of the recommendations from the mutual evaluation, we focused on the national environmental strategy, centralized and integrated statistics, a better specialization of the prosecutors and the judges in the field of environment, more involvement of prosecutors and judges at European level, enhancing investigative capabilities in the area of environmental crime, and last but not least, to better cooperate between the judiciary and the other public authorities with view of an Interpol nest model. So this was our target and what we wanted to achieve. Talking about that Interpol nest model, I may inform you, if you don't know, but Interpol, the General Secretariat in Lyon, has an own unit which deals with environmental crime. It's the environmental crime program, and this environmental crime program introduced a number of years ago already a so-called NEST initiative, a model for structured cooperation. And this model is a model on 3 steps, and finally you reach the step of creating a NEST, but it first begins with a national environmental security seminar. It brings together experts and decision makers from national law, enforcement and compliance agencies with responsibilities for environmental compliance and enforcement, along with regional and international stakeholders. The objective of this seminar is to identify priorities and to develop strategies for combating environmental crime at the national level. The NEST is designed to lead to the formation of a NEST and then a NEST. And the NEST, the National Environmental Security Steering Committee, brings together heads of the national law enforcement agencies with a responsibility for environmental compliance and enforcement to identify targets and activities within the priority areas and strategies to develop during the NEST. The NESTs will also identify the necessary participants, meaning now experts, and direction for the NEST to be fully mandated. So on the slide, on the right side of the slide, you see the graphic of these NESTs in cooperation with the responsible heads of those units, which play an important role in identifying and in tackling environmental and waste crime. At the very end, a so-called NEST is created. It's a national multi-agency task force formed of experts now from dedicated environment law enforcement agencies, the police, the customs, revenue departments, health agencies, and prosecutors. It brings together these enforcement agencies around common goals, including the conservation of specific species, forestry issues, and pollution controls. So forming such a NEST has really an added value because you come together not only case by case, but also on a strategic and on a tactical level. For this reason, like I showed before, our project was granted and then started to go, and it led really, fortunately, to a founding of a NEST Austria. A so-called Memorandum of Understanding was signed and established a task force against environmental crime on April 12th, just last year. So for 1.5 years, we in Austria got this formal network. It's a cooperation agreement between political representatives or managing directors, because you have to know that in our NEST, we got the partners ministries. We got, I think, eight ministries even, which are responsible for whole Austria. But we included 3 federal states as a beginning, the states Lower Austria, Upper Austria, and Vienna. But also we have some federal offices like the Forestry Office and the Office for Food Safety in this network. And these offices are led by managing directors. The other partners, the federal states and the ministries, are led by political representatives. The project was EU funded, like I said, and yeah, we are now in the let's say early stage of beginning to work together on a strategical and on a tactical level. But we also reached out to the other 6 Austrian federal states in order to introduce the NEST structure with the goal to even integrate all federal states in this network. The background of the founding of the Nest Austria, briefly, like I explained, I mentioned already, it was the council evaluation of environmental crime and the whole row of recommendations which Austria received to improve strategically on a cooperative manner. In 2020, Ministry of Interior submitted this funding application. It was then granted. Then the project began to run, and we managed to create this formal nest at the beginning of 2023. What is environmental crime? It's important to know that we have a more broader view of environmental crime. In the spirit of the Nest now, all criminal acts that can endanger the environment, the nature, the biodiversity, species, and human health, but also animal cruelty and foods, hazardous foods to health. This broader scope is because the environmental investigating offices, as well as our top unit, environmental crime here in Austria, we have this broader scope. So we also deal with animal cruelty with a focus here of the animals which are kept for food reasons, so in the agriculture field. And then we are also responsible for forms of food crime, meaning food fraud, hazardous food. You all may remember 2015 or 16, the so-called horse meat scandal, which very much had an importance in the whole of Europe and identified a lot of bad behavior in slaughterhouses and the whole meat, especially horse meat, but also cattle meat and other meats where it dealt with, and the transport and the slaughtering. And for this is in Austria related to environmental crime. This is why our nest is built up like that. Regulated are these forms of crime either by administrative law or by criminal law. As we know, according to the Environmental Crime Directive, it can only get to be a crime if it is contrary to an administrative law. So this is the legal link, actually. It is called administrative accessory. So if we identify an illegal, if we identify a behavior which may harm the environment, we first have to check what is the necessary administrative law to that? Is it against that law? And with the additional parts of the criminal act, we may begin to investigate it as a crime. Plus subsidiary criminal laws. That means that some, in Austria at least, some administrative laws have in their law structure criminal penalties, and then they are so-called subsidiary criminal laws. More colorful, the areas of environmental crime that we in Austria deal with: waste dumps, waste shipments, pesticides, import and distributions of pesticides, water pollution, the killing of protected wildlife, puppy trade, fattening and food quality. Puppy trade means, I don't think that this is a real topic in Greece, but in the Central Europe and Central West Europe, we recognize even more that dogs, especially younger dogs, are shipped from Eastern or Southeastern Europe to Western or Central Europe. And this modus operandi has a bunch of problems because those animals are often in a bad condition. They're often too young. They have not the adequate documents. They're not vaccinated. And yeah, this is one part we deal with. Fattening, like I said, this is the keeping of the animals in the agriculture field, and the food quality is also a topic that we deal with. The added value of a structured cooperation, well, through regular strategic and tactical exchange, as well as cooperation in trainings and in further education, mutual knowledge and understanding increases and has a positive effect on operational cooperation. The holistic approach is here important. Areas overlap or interact. And to get this really known, to have the full understanding that forms of environmental crime, like waste crime, are not to be seen alone, because a waste shipment may not lead to, let's say, a soil pollution. It may also lead to a water pollution. It can endanger, if it is on an agriculture field, it can endanger human health because of the fruits, vegetables which are grown are polluted, and so on and so on. So often in the field of environment, the topics get into each other. So a holistic approach is important, and it has an added value, especially here for the administrations, even on district, but also state and federal level, to get more knowledge about criminal offenses. Often these administrations have no clue or less knowledge about criminal offenses. Cases sometimes have a cross-border dimension. Also, this is for a lot of administrations not often on the focus. And more investigation options in the criminal procedure code and international police and judicial cooperation has an added value to know for the administrations. For the police, such a valued cooperated structure has the benefit that better investigation results through faster cooperation with the administration and the judiciary, because we often recognize, often when the police is called in, it is very late. The case already ran for, I don't know, maybe for weeks or even for months by the administration. And through certain circumstances, then the case gets to be known to the police. But for us as a police, it may often be hard to investigate circumstances which are a lot in the past. We don't often manage to get really the solid proofs, especially the analytical proofs. We need a scientific proof in order to prove the illegal behavior of certain persons or companies. And if we don't have that solid proof, it often does not make sense to prosecute, or even if it's going to be prosecuted, then at court, the case may be dropped because we failed to really prove the responsibility. The added value for the justice, especially for public prosecutors here, is that they get more knowledge about what is happening on administrative level, thereby better classification and assessment of criminal cases. What we identified, that often prosecution offices are concerned with environmental cases when they really get to be a crime, but the crime is only the tip of the iceberg. Only a few cases or less cases may reach the level to be a crime, but much more cases are really happening. They remain on administrative level, but nevertheless, they are offenses. They are illegal behavior against the environment. And if a prosecutor recognizes these circumstances, that not only this one criminal case which he has now on the desk has to be seen alone, but also that this is a whole field that much more in before already happened, and he actually has the most severe case now on the desk, and so he gets to absolutely better know the whole field. A slide concerning now the new environmental crime directive. I mentioned already some slides before. I just want to highlight some articles here. You can get the new the new environmental crime directive fully if you Google on the Commission's website, and you can even get this new environmental crime directive in Greek language. From my perspective, it is a really good approach. It is a new directive which gives us all much more tools and has really a chance that we get much more needed structure in tackling. I just want to mention Article 5 even. It concerns the penalties for natural persons. Now, in this new directive, there are really numbers in. All member states agreed on minimum, maximum sanctions. So we have here now numbers. The old directive only talked about in words that the punishments from the member states must be adequate and so on. I don't know those three terms now by heart, really. But the member states were really free in what penalties they give. Now the member states agreed on minimum, maximum sanctions, and this gives now a promising approach. Very good approach is also Article 7, which deals with penalties for legal persons. Now they agreed of a total worldwide legal turnover 3 to 5%, depending on the case, but 3 to 5% of the total worldwide legal turnover is the fine, or minimum 24 million. So this is really a severe threat now. I think a suitable punishment for companies' arguments now not to behave illegal. Then we got some topics in this directive, like the 16, the prevention, 17, resources, Article 18, training. These are very new topics in a directive in any case. The old directive not mentioned these topics, but these topics are the ones which was the big failure in the last years, because not all member states did the adequate necessary organization and measurements on prevention, on resources, and on training. Now all member states are obliged to do necessary prevention, the resources, and the training, as well as then, like it says in Article 19 and 20, coordination and cooperation. And finally, Article 21, which forces the member states to build up and to introduce a national strategy on combating environmental crime offenses. So this is like I said, very new. Maybe through a few weeks ago, it was introduced. It's in Greece public also, and you can have a better look in Greek language of the full directive. Some slides about impact. No, I don't know how much you are involved, but also this is a forum, a platform for cooperation, for transnational cooperation, and very worthy. It's part of the EU policy cycle. impact stands for European Multidisciplinary Platform Against Criminal Threats. It introduces an integrated approach to the EU internal security, involving measures that range from external border controls, police, customs, and judicial cooperation to information management, innovation, training, prevention, and the external dimension of internal security, as well as public-private partnerships where appropriate. impact is a permanent and key EU instrument for structured multidisciplinary cooperation to fight organized and serious international crime, driven by the member states and supported by the EU institutions, bodies, and agencies in line with their respective mandates. impact follows a 4-year cycle and consists of 4 steps, namely 4 steps are the EU SOCTA, it's the first step, then the strategic planning, then the actions itself, and afterwards an evaluation, which again follows then a new SOCTA. Like the first step in more precisely now, the serious and organized crime threat assessment, the so-called SOCTA, collecting data from all EU member states. So all member states are asked for data on serious and on organized crime. Austria is asked, Greece is asked, all other member states are asked. You get a big questionnaire, and you answer the questions on that questionnaire, and requested are the data, what crimes did you identify, etc., etc. And all 27 results plus the results from Europol itself, the information, lead to one document, into one information, and this is then evaluated. And from this, it leads to the building of the multi-annual strategic planning. It involves policy setting and decision-making through the identification of a limited number of priorities by the Council. Environmental crime is one of those priorities. Further, the general multi-annual strategic plan with the common horizontal strategic goals is developed to achieve a multidisciplinary, integrated and integral approach to effectively address the prioritized threats. Since 2018, environmental crime is one of those priorities. It is led regularly then by a so-called driver. Driver is the head, the leading country for this priority. Then at the moment it is Spain. Spain is now the driver for the environmental crime priority. Within those multi-annual strategic plans, so-called operational actions are developed and implemented. Europol assists the action leaders with the strategic planning and the organization. Control and monitoring by 15 drivers together with the co-drivers. Like I mentioned, the driver for environmental crime is then Spain. Implementation of the operational measures of the individual operation actions by the action leaders and co-leaders together with participating member states. Information related to the criminal investigations is forwarded to Europol for analysis with the Siena application. That's the Secure Information Exchange Network. I don't know if you are involved, but Siena is actually this important string, this important information system between Europol and the member states. So when the member states exchange each other information on criminal matters, they should use the Siena system as well when Europol is involved. If the member states don't use the Siena channel, it is for Europol not possible to collect these data, and then of course the picture of the phenomenon is not full. After those operation actions are finished, at the end of each cycle, such a cycle lasts for 4 years, an independent evaluation will be conducted assessing the results. And the assessment and the political decision by the Council contains recommendation and serves as a guidance for the next impact cycle. Classically, a phenomenon, a priority, gets to be an impact priority when there is a lot of solid information, a lot of solid cases from the member states coming to Europol. In the field of environmental crime, it is a bit different because on one hand, we don't have internationally as much cases as we would maybe need to become a priority. But on the other hand, there is information from other sources, from other for example, from international organizations, like from Eurojust, like from United Nations, like from some NGOs, that environmental crime is a threat. Environmental crime endangers this planet. Environmental crime often is organized. It has good benefit chances for organized crime groups. And because of this information, which is not only broken down into cases and brought to Europol, but because of this more rounder, more holistic information, environmental crime became an impact priority because of a political decision. And my personal opinion is that it will even remain a priority after this running a policy cycle, which runs to the end of 2025. So the new policy cycle, the new impact priority will start in 2026. But from my personal opinion, environmental crime will remain a priority, even if we don't manage to get as much international criminal cases detected that would lead automatically to be a phenomenon, a criminal priority, according to impact. The aims in the running priority 2022 to 2025, you see classical criminal forms like drug trafficking, cybercrime, high-risk criminal networks, but also environmental crime. So environmental crime is one of those top priorities which the impact program focuses on. I made myself a look and I checked where Greece is participating, and I recognized in the running impact 2024 to 2025. This is the operational period. We got some operation actions where Greece is participating in. So it's like you can see yellow highlighted, the operation action 1-2. The action leader here is Sweden, and the topic is illegal trafficking of scrap vehicle and parts from the Nordic countries. I don't know why Greece is participating in this operation actions, but maybe you know, or maybe you get the possibility to know this. Then Greece is participating in the action 2-1 led by Italy. It is more broadly focusing on waste trafficking, also international waste trafficking, and connected to this, focusing on protection of soil, water, and air. Greece is also participating in the 6-1. The action leader is CEPO, so that's the European Police Academy, which regularly organizes training in the fields of environmental crime, also in the field of waste crime, and all member states are invited from CEPOL to participate in those training programs. Greece is also participating in Operation Action 7-2. It's led by the European Crime Prevention Network. The topic is here evaluating of crime prevention. And then Greece is taking part in 3 operational actions which have the goal to get more international contacts to other areas of this world. The Jaguar network focuses on South America, and then we got an African and an Asian network. I don't know who is the impact coordinator for Greece and what the background is and the motivation, but maybe you know, or maybe even you have the possibility to check back and get to know how Greece is performing in these operational actions. EnviCrimeNet, I mentioned it at the very beginning. EnviCrimeNet is a non-profit organization network comprising European law enforcement agencies, where police officers and other crime fighters collaborate against environmental crime. It's recognized as the European Law Enforcement Center of Excellence on Environmental Crime. EnviCrimeNet's primary objective is to develop pertinent activities that engage participants in prosecuting such crimes. The EnviCrimeNet also collaborates with the other international networks like IMPO, that's the Network for Environmental Inspectorates, NPE, the Network for Environmental Prosecutors, and ÖFIE, the Network for Environmental Judges. EnviCrimeNet was founded in the year of 2008, and just this year it became an official non-profit organization according to Belgium law in Brussels. Until before that period, it was an informal network, but making this step of putting it an official NPO gives more possibilities to get engaged with the Commission, and it opens more possibilities even to get some funding. Actually, the chair is Mr. Ondrej Koporec. It's a colleague in the environmental crime field from Slovak Republic. Most member states are participant in this network. Annually, there are big meetings. The next annual general meeting is this fall 2024 within the Hungarian presidency. Maybe Görgeli Imre could say some words on that. He's in this workshop also. More information and contact you can see on the webpage of EnviCrimeNet. Enforcement and checks of waste shipments, like we know already by now, is a combined task and a combined responsibility. We recognize this in Austria, and the several organizations work closely together. Ministry of Environment concerning the approval or the rejection of waste shipment requests, because notification is needed for some waste shipments. Ministry of Environment checks the waste producers, the collectors, and the treaters, checks waste shipments at border crossings together with the police, on roads, on harbors, on train stations, and the Ministry of Environment reports illegal waste shipments to the enforcement authority and or to the police and prosecutor. The second link in this chain is the uniformed police and the customs. They check waste shipments at border crossings, no matter if it's on roads, harbors, train stations, and they also report those waste shipments either to the administrative enforcement authority or to the police and prosecutor, depending on the case. The investigators of environmental crime also investigate and report to the prosecutor in close cooperation, of course, with Ministry of Environment, other administrations, and then the prosecutor. The environmental agency supports the whole tackling and checking, especially at checks, at company checks and at transport checks. Environmental agency does the necessary sample taking and the follow-up analysis. And this may lead to a solid proof of illegal behavior. This is what we need as investigators, and this is what the prosecutor needs in order to have a solid case. We need that scientific proof. Without a scientific proof, most cases are not successful. Some pictures about the modus operandi in the field of waste shipments, like forgery of documents. I assume that you also came across that often no documents are being taken with the load, or even when documents are taken, they may not be fully filled or wrong filled, or they are forged, etc., etc. So it's a forgery of documents is closely linked to illegal waste shipment, but the modus operandi also goes to the shipment itself, to the waste. We come across shipments where, let's say, the top layer looks very good, like you can see on that right upper slide here. The top layer are quite clean, old rubber tires from cars. This is what the transport actually officially was transporting. But if you dig a bit lower, you may come to other waste, mixed wastes with no classification, and for sure was not included in the transport allowance. So this is even a modus operandi, but most probably you identify this increase also. Since it was mentioned in the course of this workshop for the use of technical instruments, yes, also in Austria, we use the drones. A few slides just recently, a drone was used by a waste collector in Vienna who collects old car tires. And without the drone, we would not have been able to really identify what is going on behind the fence, because the fence around the property is high on one side, and on the other side, a lot of containers are on the border of that property. So you cannot really see from outside. It's not visible what is going on in there. And for this, such drones are very good to see what's going on and to even identify the illegal behavior. In this case, the illegal behavior was that old tires were put into each other. So they are doubled inside, or even 3 tires put into each other. And this is, according to our law and our shipment law, not allowed. I think this is almost my very last it's that one more slide then about statistical data. Statistical data 2021 about waste shipment road checks. In total, more than 1,500 road checks concerning waste shipments were fulfilled, especially by the Austrian traffic police. Identified were 75 illegal cases. They were sanctioned with a fine. 40 more cases were identified as illegal. They were reported to the authority for further administration. 14 shipments were in such not allowed condition that they had to be stopped and were not allowed to proceed. So overall, we got some bit of more than 7% of all waste shipments checked were illegal. I don't know if what yours what your percentage is, and if you see it as high or low, but this is what we identify for. Some about 7, bit more of 7% of the checked waste shipments were illegal. Most shipped waste are metal scrap, mineral waste, paper, cardboard, tires, rubber, wood, and plastic. Then on the bottom of this slide, you see the countries mostly involved in shipments of waste where Austria is concerned. Most of those countries are in our close neighborhood, so either they are neighboring countries or not far away. This is what the most shipments concerning Austria happen. I do not remember any case where Austria and Greece was together recognized. So, and I'm quite long in that business, but I don't know if we, Austria and Greece, ever had a case which concerns both of our countries. Criminal case reports and court convictions on illegal waste shipments from 2014 to 2022. On the top row, you see the police reports on intentional illegal waste shipment to the prosecutor. So in the year 2014, 28 cases were reported. And if you see in 2022, 26 cases were reported. So we are more or less on a long-term steady, except you see in 2018, it was a bit lower. We got 15 cases reported, and surprisingly, I don't know the explanation, but in 2021, we reported 56 criminal cases from the police to the prosecutor. A very low number of the reporting is on a negligence basis to the prosecutor. As a police, you always try, of course, to report the intentional and keep the final decision then, of course, on the prosecutor side. But in some cases, when the situation is already clear that the perpetrator did not have the intention to illegally behave, we report the negligence fulfillment of illegal waste shipment. Court conviction, intentional, you see, this is quite a low number. The year of 2022, only one court conviction on intentional illegal waste shipment was introduced. So, and on negligence basis, even much lower to 0. It's the situation that we face here in Austria, relatively poor prosecutions and convictions. This is linked probably to the situation that we have 14 prosecution offices in Austria, but only 5 of them have a nominated so-called envy crime prosecutor. And even those nominated envy crime prosecutors are often not very experienced. So mostly the cases that the police reports to the prosecution offices get the cases to some prosecutors which have low information or no information on what is environmental crime, what is waste crime. So this is where we are still working on. This is where we are hardly working on our nest structure to increase the knowledge in the prosecution offices, or even to get the whole system a bit reorganized, that not all 14 prosecution offices have this responsibility. It may make more sense to limit the prosecution offices for environmental crime, and then the prosecutors get more regularly involved and get relatively more expertise and experience. Yeah, this brought me to my last slide. I thank you very much for your attention. I hope there was information for you that you can use, you can work on, which gives you more insight in environment, in waste crime in general, and about the situation in Austria. And I will not be longer in the workshop, but you can see my contact details here. And I am looking forward for your, if you have any requests in the future and contacts.
Vielen Dank, Herr Frauenberger. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για αυτήν την πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα παρουσίαση. Θα ήθελα παρακαλώ, προκειμένου να μπορέσουμε να αποδεσμεύσουμε τον κύριο Φράουνμπεργκερ, ό,τι ερωτήσεις έχουμε να τις κάνουμε τώρα, γιατί μετά θα διακόψουμε για να φάμε. Οπότε, αν έχετε κάτι εδώ οι παρόντες ή στο chat, να δούμε τώρα, μας βοηθήσει η Γεωργία. Έχουμε κάτι, Γεωργία? Όχι, δεν έχουμε κάποια ερώτηση. Έχουμε λίγο χρόνο, αν θέλετε να κάνετε την ερώτησή σας. Εγώ θα ήθελα να επισημάνω ότι από την παρουσίαση αυτή του συναδέλφου από Αυστρία, παρακαλώ, μίλησε κάποιος.
Ναι, καλησπέρα, Καλτσίδης. Δημήτρης λέγομαι, από το Τελωνείο Καστοριάς.
Ναι, κύριε Καλτσίδη, σας ακούμε.
Ήθελα να ρωτήσω αναφορικά με τα απόβλητα, τώρα είναι της μόδας, τα ψυκτικά υγρά που έρχονται στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση λαθρέα.
Ναι.
Και γίνεται χαμός. Το κανονιστικό πλαίσιο είναι ο κανονισμός 573 του 24. Θα μπορούσαν, επειδή είναι λίγο δυσνόητος κανονισμός, όπως και αυτός και όπως με τα αέρια που καταστρέφουν στη βάδα του όζοντος, να υπάρξει ένα κατευθυντήριο κείμενο για τα βασικά σημεία των κανονισμών αυτών. Και για τα αέρια του θερμοκηπίου και για τα αέρια της στιβάδας του όζοντος.
Ωραία. Θα ήθελα να παρακαλέσω την διερμηνέα να ρωτήσει τον κύριο Φράουνμπέργκερ αν έχουν κάποια σχετική εμπειρία, αν έχουν ασχοληθεί με το θέμα της διακίνησης αερίων παρανόμων ουσιών που καταστρέφουν τη στιβάδα του όζοντας ή τα ψυκτικά υγρά. Και αν υπάρχει κάποιος οδηγός ή κατευθυντήριες γραμμές για τις αρχές που κάνουν τους ελέγχους, για να διευκολύνουν τέτοιους ελέγχους. Mr. Frauenberger, do you receive the translation?
No.
I'm sorry. Okay, maybe I should do it then. There was a question by a colleague working in the customs, especially on the European directives related to substances that destroy the ozone layers and illegal refrigeration substances. Have you dealt with the issue, and whether are there any manuals or guidelines that have been developed in order to assist the inspections by your body?
I'm afraid I did not come across that topic by now. The Austrian authorities, as far as I know, did not introduce any guiding document on this topic. No.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Κύριε Καλτσίδη, είναι ένα δύσκολο θέμα, δύσκολες οδηγίες αυτές. Όπως είδατε από τον κύριο Φράουνμπέργκερ, δεν υπάρχει κάτι το οποίο να γνωρίζει αυτή τη στιγμή. Θα το δούμε αυτό στη συνέχεια, αν μπορούμε. Γεωργία, έχεις κάτι άλλο? There is a question, Mr. Frauenberger, whether the numbers you've showed, I assume those related to the prosecutions and convictions, are these numbers nationwide? They represent all cases in Austria? Ναι,
Yeah.
είναι.
Yes.
Yes. And my question is, we saw that only one conviction out of 26. Does it mean that the other 25 cases, the perpetrators were released?
They were released on the criminal law, but it does not mean that they were released totally, because if the act is released on criminal law stage, it goes back to the administration, to the administrative authority, and then the perpetrator gets an administrative fine.
Okay, very good.
Because
Thank you.
Because it is in any case proven that there was an illegal behavior, let's say an illegal waste shipment. This fact was clear. So it was for the prosecutor then, or for the judge, not clear enough if it is a crime. Yeah? So then it was rejected from this stage, but the illegal behavior itself happened. This was clear, and so in any case, the perpetrator received an administrative fine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Frauenberger, for the answer. Θα ήθελα να επισημάνω εδώ, παρακαλώ ένα λεπτό, αυτό που ανέφερε ο κύριος Φράουνμπέργκερ, ότι υπάρχουν και στην Αυστρία, υπάρχει λίστα με συγκεκριμένες ποσότητες πάνω από τις οποίες ένα δίκημα θεωρείται έγκλημα ή κάτω από τις οποίες είναι πτέσμα. Και όπως είπε και η κυρία Γλύπτη, αυτό το έχουμε επισημάνει και θα μας βοηθήσει. Ήδη ανέφερε ο κ. Φράουνμπέργκερ ότι θα μας στείλει αυτό το διάταγμα για να το λάβουμε και εμείς υπόψη. Εγώ θα ήθελα, έτσι συνοψίζοντας την παρουσίαση του κ. Φράουνμπέργκερ, να πω ότι με δημιούργησε την εντύπωση μιας χώρας η οποία με μεθοδικότητα και με οργάνωση προχωρά στο και ήδη έχει καταφέρει σε μεγάλο βαθμό να στήσει έναν μηχανισμό για την καταπολέμηση του περιβαλλοντικού εγκλήματος. Έχουμε πολλά να μάθουμε από το παράδειγμα της Αυστρίας, όπως και από τις άλλες χώρες, από την Ουγγαρία και από την Ιταλία. Γίνονται κάποια βήματα στην Ελλάδα και η Ελλάδα συμμετέχει σε κάποια από τα προγράμματα που ανέφερε ο κ. Φράουενμπέργκερ. Για να απαντήσω στην ερώτησή του σε σχέση με το impact, είναι η Γενική Διευθύντρια του Σώματος Επιθεωρητών και Ελεγκτών του Υπουργείου Περιβάλλοντος, που είναι η συντονίστρια, η κυρία Σόνια Ελευθεριάδου, για το impact. Mr. Frauenberger, you raised a question who is responsible for impact in Greece. It's the general director of our body, is Ms. Sonia Eleftheriadou, and we are aware of this project and some of the actions. Θα ήθελα να σταθώ επίσης πολύ λίγο στην καινούρια οδηγία για το περιβαλλοντικό έγκλημα που έρχεται, που ήδη μάλλον έχει μπει σε εφαρμογή, και το άρθρο 17, που προβλέπει ότι θα πρέπει τα κράτη-μέλη να διαθέσουν το απαραίτητο και επαρκές προσωπικό και άλλους πόρους για την καταπολέμηση του περιβαλλοντικού εγκλήματος, που σημαίνει ότι θα πρέπει επιτέλους να δοθεί και λύση στο σοβαρό θέμα υποστελέχωσης που υπάρχει. Γιατί αφενός μεν υπάρχει υποχρέωση, ή μάλλον η τάση, αυτό τα λένε στα αγγλικά, do more with less, δηλαδή να κάνουμε περισσότερα πράγματα με λιγότερους πόρους, αλλά αυτό έχει ένα όριο. Και κάποια στιγμή θα πρέπει να έχουμε και περισσότερους πόρους. Mr. Frauenberger, I believe you don't receive any translation, do you? No. So,
No,
okay.
sorry.
I made a comment on the new EU directive on the environmental crime, and Article 17, which provides for for enough resources in terms of staff and other financial technical resources. And at least in Greece, but I believe in most countries, there is a lack of resources, especially staffing. And it's essential to have the proper number of staff, amount of staff, in order to deal with all these complicated issues.
Also, we lack staff in Austria. Also,
yes, but you do more than we do in Greece. So you are ahead in terms of this new concept, very new modern concept of do more with less. But this has a limit, eh? And we are also aware of this recommendation by the European Council on environmental crime, and there are already actions being taken. And within this project, the Life Prohibit project, we have some activities running in order to meet with these recommendations.
Okay, fine. Good to hear.
Έχουμε κάποια ερώτηση από τους
παρόντες? Μπορώ να προσθέσω κάτι, Στέλιο?
Βέβαια.
Hello, Carla. I'm really honored that you are together with us again. Hello. You raised a question about the GEMVAL evaluation, the 8th round of the mutual evaluation. And I want to mention to you that this project, Life Prohibit project, is our we made the proposal in order to obtain the project because we wanted to fulfill the recommendations of this GEMVAL evaluation. And that is what we're trying to do now. I mean, through this project, we're trying to implement the first national strategy on solid waste. And we hope, we are optimistic, that would be let's say, the base where we will have the, let's say, the foundations for the national strategy on environmental crime. This is our ambition, we'll see. But as far as me is concerned, thank you very much for your presentation and for being with us these 2 days, Carl. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eleni. Thank you very much also.
So, Mr. Frauenberger, thank you on my behalf as well. We would like to not to have you engaged anymore, because now we will have the break, and I don't see any other questions. So we were very glad to hear from you and had very much to learn from the Austrian experience. We would only wish you nice summer holidays, and maybe we meet sometime in future.
Thank you very much for your kind words. It was a pleasure for me to be invited to share my experience, and I'm also looking forward to maybe meet you or work with you together in the future. Thank you.
Excellent. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Οπότε, να διακόψουμε για ένα διάλειμμα για μεσημεριανό. Αργήσαμε μισή ώρα, αλλά νομίζω ότι έπρεπε να ολοκληρώσουμε αυτές τις παρουσιάσεις. Στη συνέχεια, μετά το διάλειμμα, θα έχουμε τον καθηγητή, τον κύριο Σκορμπάτη, για μια μικρότερη παρουσίαση πάνω στην χρήση drones για την καταπολέμηση του περιβαλλοντικού εγκλήματος. Εν τω μεταξύ θα αποχαιρετήσουμε τον Γκέργελη από την Ουγγαρία, που πρέπει πιο μπροστά να φύγει, και να τον ευχαριστήσουμε ιδιαίτερα που ήταν μαζί μας και στην Αθήνα και στη Θεσσαλονίκη για να παρουσιάσει διαζώσεις το τι πρόοδο έχει επιτύχει η Ουγγαρία στο θέμα. Thank you wholeheartedly, Gergely. Wish you have a safe trip back. But please join us for a lunch break before you leave. Ευχαριστώ. Με συγχωρείτε, πριν διακόψω 5 δευτερόλεπτα, να ευχαριστήσω και όλους εσάς, ιδιαίτερα διαδικτυακά, που με εκπλήξατε με το μεγάλο αριθμό της συμμετοχής σας. Περίμενα ότι μετά από τόσες σεμινάρια θα ήταν πολύ λίγοι αυτοί που θα πίστευαν πως υπάρχει ακόμα ενδιαφέρον σε αυτές τις συζητήσεις. Νομίζω δικαιωθήκατε από αυτά που ακούσατε σήμερα, αλλά και αυτά που θα ακούσατε αύριο. Είναι καινούργιες παρουσιάσεις και έχουν πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον και είναι στοχευμένες στο να μας παράσχουν καλύτερη κατάρτιση για τη δουλειά που κάνουμε. Ιδιαίτερα έχουμε σημάνει την παρουσίαση της κυρίας Χριστοφόρου αύριο σε ένα θέμα που είναι πολύ δύσκολο τεχνικά, αλλά θα έχουμε την ευκαιρία να ακούσουμε από τον ειδικό επί του θέματος, την κυρία Χριστοφόρου, αλλά και τις άλλες παρουσιάσεις που θα ακούσουμε και για το ΜΕΣ και για το Στράτο Δαβάκη, που θα μιλήσει για το πρόστιμο και για το πώς υπολογίζουμε τα πρόστιμα κλπ. Οπότε και οι αυριανές παρουσιάσεις πιστεύω θα ανταμείψουν τον ενδιαφέρον σας. Και ιδιαίτερα ευχαριστώ εσάς που ήρθατε και όλα στις διαζώσεις. Οπότε μπορούμε να μοιραστούμε και ένα ωραίο μεσημεριανό. Ευχαριστώ.
and we will have to do something with drones and to see what our Italian colleague has to say about that.
Και αν στο τέλος έχουμε ερωτήσεις για τον κύριο Σκουρμπάτη, μπορούμε να τις κάνουμε. Please, Professor Scorbati.
Thank you so much. It's after lunch, everybody of us is a little bit more calm, I would say, and I will try to amaze you and to enjoy you with some a little bit more accessible experience than that one of artificial intelligence. And I will try to explain to you the first experience that we have with the use of drones. And it's a little bit also a storytelling because to me, as usual, it's always important to understand not only the use of something, but also the road that we walk to arrive at a certain result. It's not that the road that we made is a road that everybody have to follow, but it gives you some indication, and I will try also to gather some final conclusion for giving you also our impression and our point of view of how to develop a high technology department, which is really useful for our activity. If you remember also the... Yeah?
I'm so sorry. Ωραία, εντάξει.
And the other important part of the thought that we have to do is but when we go to our administration asking for money to implement a new technology, which are the reasons for which we support this idea? For example, in the new ACD Environmental Directive, there is some chapter, there is some articles that speaks about the use of new technologies. So there is also in support to this kind of activity. And furthermore, you already have many experience in Europe that you can find in Impel, for example, for the use of drone and satellite and so on, but also in other areas, in other contexts. So have a comprehensive view of what is going forward. So to make sure that when you propose to your administration some investment, you are well based. You already know what you want, and you have also to declare where you want to go, which are the products that you want to deliver. Maybe you remember that it was about 10 years ago, drones were for the first time commercially available with not to high prices. So everybody in Environment Agency was buying drones. But at the end, the drones arrived in the box. They opened the box, they took a drones, and afterwards they asked them, and now what I have to do with the drone with this? So, but it's not a moment in which you are fascinated by new technology, but you have to have very, very clear where do you want to go, what you have to do, which is the road that you have to walk, etc., etc., etc. And so we are so lucky to be in a network of authorities, and we have many different experiences to share. And so I'm sure that you will find some company to work with path with some support from people that already made what you want to do, and that will be available to avoid you make the same mistakes that they made, which is a very not important situation, because everybody wants to start, everybody at the end fall in the same kind of mistake. So let's go a little bit more in deep of what we are speaking about. And we're speaking about drones. And when we speak about drones, we have to clarify what are we speaking about. Because there is not only one type of drones, there are specialized drones. And so when you begin, you have also to choose where to begin, with which kind of instrument you want to begin, and to start humble, to start little, and to acquire the first experience, to go forward, to choose later when you already have your experience and when you already know what to do, which could be the new drones or new instrument that you have to buy based on your experience. So if not so, you risk to make big investment, to spend a lot of money, and to be upset with the use and so on. So start little, but start fast. This is my humble opinion. So drones. Here you see we have a lot of kind of possible drones. Let's start on left. We have drones with several rotors, which can handle very high payloads. What does it mean in this case? A drone is only a flying platform, and you have to choose what to put under the drone for the task you need. This kind of drone in this moment, for example, it's cost a little bit because it costs about 15, 20 kilo euros, but it brings as much as 2 kilos payload. So this means that you can put under it small cameras, big cameras with big lens. Also, I will show you why I'm speaking about this. You can put under it spectrometers. You can put under it laser scanners, etc., etc., etc. Drones, normally this kind of drones with multi-rotor have an autonomy no more than half an hour work. So in any case, they are not apt to cover large surfaces, but to aim activity in a quite close spaces. So you can understand how you can couple the use of satellite with drones, because satellite give you a large view of what is happening, but you can aim a much more detailed activity with the use of this kind of drones. But we have also smaller drones. You can buy up to date this kind of drones with 4 or 5 kilo euros, and they already have on it the high resolution cameras. You can get good footages and good photos. They embed also a very, very, very important device, which is called RTK. That means real-time kinematic. What does it mean? That this kind of drones has a GPS device that can track the position of the drone centimeter by centimeter. And so this is very, very, very important for a very interesting application, which is the digital reconstruction of the ground. So you have photos, but we have for each one of the photo the exact position in which you took the photo, and this helps you in bringing, as you can see later, what is happening outside. You can bring it in your office to examine outside in your office through computer, through 3D photos that you can get with this kind of devices. We have also drones, which seems to be a football ball. The dimension is likewise the football ball. And why they are embedded in such a shield? Because it can be used in an interior without the risk of bouncing, of hitting a wall or a tube and so on. And so it can fly also in closed space. And they are used in inspection also in closed environments, even in caves or something, because we call it unstoppable, because it bounced ding dong down ding, but it always came to you, and then you can retrieve the images and so on. But we have also fixed wing drones. I just told you, this kind of drones have a very, very, very low autonomy, and so you can use it only in limited spaces. But if you want to cover higher areas, you have to use this kind of small airplanes at the end. And the advantage is that they can stay in the air much more time than the other one. But there is a problem because, for example, this kind of medium range drone can go for about 100 kilometers. But in this moment, it is not allowed by the air flight regulation, because a drone in this moment should be always seen by the driver. Despite the fact that this kind of drones has a GPS control that allows it to behave. I know that the example is not so fine as a military drone. You design the map before, you upload the map, you start the mission, the drones make the mission and came back to you with all the images that you, but unfortunately, this is not allowed. And this kind of drones is we call harmless drones, because they are quite small, very light, and so they have not the same constraints as the other drones have about the zone in which you make them fly, because you have big constraints on the zone in which you can go with other drones, because if one of these drones fall, can be harmful for people there. So you can use these drones only outside restricted zones. Why with this kind of drones, they are so light that they are admitted also in use in densely occupied zones, because there are not too much damage if it should fall. And it has also another advantage. It is quite small. If it fly at 100 meters, 200 meters, it cannot be recognized as a drone. It seems to be a bird. And this is not a particular to be not considered, because when you make an inspection in a criminal site and you want to be not discovered about what you are doing, okay, you stay there 100 meters, 200 meters, and you took your photos and so on. You came home without. I have a nice experience from a colleague from Portugal that he told us that he was involved with a drone in a criminal tackling activity with a drone, and at a certain point during the mission, the drone disappeared, and they was able to retrieve the drone only after a few days, and they downloaded the images in the drones, and the last images that was recorded in the drone was a criminal with a with a rifle, taking down the drone. So simple, interesting experience that I like to bring to you. This kind of drones you can buy, you can use, you can manage at the different level that I just explained to you. And but there are also other categories of drones, which are I would say, the military class drones. There are drones which are small airplanes that normally can be managed by an organization likewise ours, but they can manage by military, Air Force, and so on. They already have this kind of drones in their viability. So we are trying to have some agreement to use this kind of drones also for civil use in environment protection, civil protection, and so on. It's not so easy. It's not so easy, but obviously this kind of drone gives you a lot of advantages. It is the missing ring of the chain between small drones, airplane, and satellite, because they can cover big areas. They can bring very, very high resolution cameras. So also this possibility of having agreement with other part of the government can be interesting for environment protection. Yeah, they say maybe. There was a study that we were following of drones called the pseudo-satellite, which were very large drones with very large wings and with solar cells on the wings. And they were able to fly up to 20 kilometers high, staying there for 1 month interruptedly, and you can steer it and you can bring it or there or there or there when you want to have some very high resolution photos without using satellite, exactly when you want to have the photos exactly at the time and in the place. But it's a project that was followed by Airbus, and we were asked to give some advice on this, but I don't know if it has been discontinued or not. It was not too much expensive, because one of the drones was at a cost of about 1 million euros. So not few, but not too much from a certain point of view. It could be bought. The hypothesis was to have a kind of consortium in Italy among the agencies. So it means that each one of our agencies have to invest 50 kilo euros, and to make it spin around all the nation on demand, depending on, but unfortunately this is stopped. But anyway, also this kind of drones, of large drones, have to be considered as substitution of satellites and airplanes. Let's go forward. So the first experience that I like to show to you is that one that we made because we had the need for making an inspection in a big plant. It was a plant producing pressed wood panels. And so they used huge quantities of wood scraps. And the suspect was that they were exceeding the quantity of scraps or wastes that they were storing from this kind of activity. We detected the situation with a satellite photo, which is that one, and we decided to make some more deep evaluation with the use of drones. So we went there, and to show you the differences in resolution that you can have with drones and with satellite. If you look at this small portion, this is the quality of the image that you can have through satellite. It is already very, very, very good. This is a 25, 30 centimeters resolution, which is quite military resolution, because you can buy from service providers of satellite images, images from the satellite that are used also for military application. But military application photos are delivered with a resolution of 10 centimeters, 15 centimeters. But they're not allowed to sell to you the same image, so they collapse pixels, and so they can sell to you only image with 30 centimeters resolution, which is still good for civil application and not so good for military application. So anyway, this is a resolution that you can have from a satellite, and we decided to go there with a drone. This was the first drone that we bought. It was very large, and but it was able to bring a good payload, and this was the control device for the drone. And again, it was equipped with again, the real-time kinematic, the RTK that I told you before, to have the very, very high resolution of the spatial position of the photo that you got. And we decided to get a digital map, a 3D digital map, three-dimensional digital maps of this very huge deposit. Again, we are speaking about a deposit with 500 meters for about 400 meters. So you can understand that it was very challenging to have a good representation of this in digital way of this place. And this is as the scraps, wood scraps and wood wastes looked seen by the ground. And so what we did, we programmed the drone with GPS, RTK, etc., to make this kind of snake trajectory to cover all the drones. And why this kind of path? Because all the deposit was covered by the photo, but in this path, the drone was taking picture looking from the left side of a pile, and on the other path, the drones take picture on the right side of the path. In this way, collapsing the photos, you can have a 3D reconstruction of the place. This is a kind of resolution that you can have with this kind of drone. So you can understand that obviously it's a 1 centimeter resolution compared with a 30 centimeter resolution of satellite, etc., etc. So you can have a very, very good identification of what is going forward inside this place. And with this 3D reconstruction way of using drones, we were immediately able to estimate the volume of each one of the pile of waste that were there. In this case, the pile of waste was 3,800 cubic meters, and the height was 6.6 meters on, and so turning with I would say only 14 gigabytes of images, we were able to build what you see here, which is a 3D reconstruction of all the deposit. And having this information at our disposal, we were able to calculate the whole volume of this deposit, and it was 500,000 cubic meters. And we were able to quantify the volume of each one of the piles of wastes. And we came to the conclusion that this site was exceeding by a factor of 2 the allowed quantity of waste inside. And which is the advantages? If you try to do this kind of work with traditional techniques, which are GPS and theodolites, etc., you take about, we calculated with this surface, 0.5 kilometers, square kilometers of space, you take 10-15 days to make with traditional activity. And you have a very high incertitude, about 10-20% incertitude. In this way, the flight for taking that images was lasting 1 hour and 20 minutes, and the time of post-processing for having this information, half a day. So you can understand which kind of advantage. And furthermore, we had an average uncertainty less than 1.6% if compared to the 10%, 20% with traditional way. We had another challenge in this because we were called to bring this information in the trial, asked for the prosecutors after the investigation, and we have to face the situation in which we were not using the traditional admitted way for making this kind of measurement. So we had to demonstrate the quality of the measures that we made. So I don't say to you all the complication, but we put a lot of reference point on the ground. We took with the traditional techniques some I don't know in English caposaldo, strong point on the ground to compare the digital reconstruction with the analogical normal reconstruction and so on. But at the end, the lawyers of the part were thanked us for this kind of work and asked the organization, asked to the tribunal to be authorized to use this technique in future to check the quantity of the wastes inside this plant, because also them were not capable to understand how to take under control so high quantity of material. This is a case history. This is the very first activity we made. And as I told you just before, you have to aim a scope to produce a good result, so you will be considered so trustable that you can go forward asking for other investment in the sector. So when you have something from your funder, please always deliver a result as soon as possible. So to demonstrate that you are not wasting your money, but that you are using that money at best. So let's go forward with other experiences. But the same kind of techniques can be used also with not big drones for checking the volume in landfills, for example. Exactly in the same way. Instead of using GPS, theodolite, and so on, you can use satellite images. This is a photo taken by a satellite, and again, making the same kind of digital reconstruction to even a simple and not too much expensive drone. And for example, this is not a photo, but it's a digital reconstruction of a landfill. And you can see, you can also zoom, obviously, the dimension of the pixel in this case is 3, 4, 5 centimeters. So you have not the same resolution that we have with the camera. But anyway, it is, again, suitable for making that kind of 3D reconstruction that allows you to understand if the volume that are using are that one that were authorized or not, etc., etc., etc. This, for example, is a page of the report we delivered to the judiciary system to demonstrate that they were, for a certain part they were complying, but for other part they were not complying with the rules that they have in authorization. Other possible use of drones, we had to manage, I believe also in your country, presence of hazardous installation, presence of hazardous waste. So how to manage and to have good inspection level without endangering the health of your operators. Yes, I know we can put them under oxygen marks, etc., etc. But anyway, it's a you can have only few spots of what is going forward in this kind of deposit of storages, and anyway, you have always. So again, you can make good inspection in this case. You can also only take in photos, but we can also here making the 3D reconstruction of the situation, so you can also calculate volumes and so on. And obviously, you can go where you want, where never a man could go to see what is going forward, also to recognize if there is some risk that have to be tackled immediately or not. And for this kind of application, we use this kind of protected drones, so to avoid to be stopped by some obstacle and so on. And this kind of small drones brings the normal light spectrum image, but it can also take infrared photos. And this is an example of the same situation that you see before, but in infrared interpretation. And as you can see, in this way, you are also able to see the level of the filament of the tanks. So the small things that you learn by experience, but that can be very, very, very useful, can give to you a lot of information, and again, avoiding risk and decreasing the time of work, which and you know, if I decrease the time of work, it means that I multiply my resources in this. This is something that you have to explain, to try to explain to your managers. As I just you before, instead of taking 10 days in making an inspection, you take 2 days, or you take 1 day and some hour. It means having really empowered your resources. I don't know if it's a good advice, because maybe they say, listen, yes, you are so efficient that I pick up other people from your organization because you can do the same activity with less people. But anyway, some consideration that have to be taken into have to be brought in your mind. The use of drone in criminal investigation. Again, this is one of the other activity which you can apply the use of drones. And first, you have a zone that you have to study. Maybe that you have an indication and the ask for cooperation from criminal police or from prosecutors and so on. So it's normal. They have to make some investigation, and they need also technical support. So the first phase is obviously to look into the place in which they suspect there is something going wrong, and you can take the first snapshot of the situation with satellite, as in this case. And again, you can easily have on your laptop satellite images through Google Maps, through Google Earth, and so on. Maybe they're not updated and so on, but anyway, they're the first way to approach to the use of satellite without any cost, without any experience, and so on. Anyway, you take a first outlook of the situation through a satellite photo. So, but maybe that you need also to see what is going forward under that storages. And so satellite is not useful. So you can use a drone to fly and with a certain angle, looking and making photos of what is going forward also inside. But in this case, we decided to make this kind of investigation with this small and light drone. And the first activity we made is to transform the satellite photo with the small drones in this kind of images. You can see the difference in the resolution that you can get. And this image was taken by 200 meters height, with the principle that I say to you, that you can take photos and they see something that seems to be an eagle or something like this. And later on, we again, we reconstructed by 3D the situation to have also a possibility of calculation of the volume of the wastes and so on. And after all, we decided to use another kind of drone to try to see with a big lens what is going forward under the coverage of the storages. And this is photos taken by a distance of if I'm not wrong, 300 meters, 400 meters. In this case, we had to use this big drones with a heavy payload, because we had to put under it a good camera with a big lens to have this kind of possibility of surveying, staying by distances, and again, being not seen by the criminal inside the installation. And okay, obviously, there are some particular activity that was also linked to criminal investigation and so on. But anyway, these are the cases in which maybe you have some information of some maybe smaller abandoned factory as this one, and maybe you had some indication by the municipality to have some to see what is going forward inside. You cannot go inside because there are closed areas and so on. So you can use small drones to make this kind of investigation in a very effective way, saving a lot of time, etc., and also getting good images and information of the situation. So there is only in this kind of operation for carrying out this kind of operation at present, each one of our 10 departments in Lombardia, EPA, has a drone, a small drone of this type, with which they can go forward autonomously. And this brings us to some other consideration regarding the how to organize yourself for the use of this kind of technologies. So again, it's not too difficult, but it's not so easy, and you cannot pretend that each one of your inspectors became capable tomorrow morning to use this kind of technology. So what we did was to I was so lucky to have the power to do this and to have also some people that I was able to task with this. We created a small group of operators with some experience in Earth observations. Firstly, we deployed the use of satellite images. And when we were confident on our capability of using satellite, we decided also to buy a first drone to make some tests and so on. And at that moment, we had our small unit, and we asked to our department. It was a central unit in the general direction of our agency, but we asked to the department if they had this kind of need, to ask hard the support to make that kind of activity for them. And so the first experience was made in the different department with our people going in the department to support inspectors that was there. Afterward, we increased the number of licensed inspectors and licensed for using drones. And afterward, they began to be independent and use drones in their department. But when they had some kind of issue or for data processing, they came to us asking the technical support to deploy what they wasn't not able to deploy, etc., etc., etc. So at present, we in ARPA Lombardia, we have, if I'm not wrong, about 15 drones, 20 authorized drones drivers. We have a department, the central department is in support of what the peripheral department are doing. The central department has also the task of developing new technologies. The same department is using now this major and so on to implement artificial intelligence technique and so on. So step by step, I believe that this technology was accompanied in the use of the technology with a good level of efficiency. Because again, I close my speech with what I said before. If you deliver a drone to an inspector, you open the box, he says, "No, I have my normal daily task, so please don't bother me with this kind of innovation." So they take it, they put on the shelter, they go again forward with the traditional way of working, and your investment is lost. So think about specialization of small group of people that can be in the first moment in support of other people. This is my opinion, the best way to use at best the investment that the public administration can make on you about the use of new technology. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much once again, Professor Scorbati. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για αυτή την εξειδικευμένη αλλά ενδιαφέρουσα παρουσίαση για το πώς μπορούμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε αυτή την τεχνολογία των drones για τη δουλειά μας, την καθημερινή μας δουλειά. Οπωσδήποτε αυτό που ανέφερε τελευταία ο κύριος Σκορμπέτη είναι ένα μεγάλο ερώτημα, πώς εμείς μέσα σε όλο αυτό το φόρτο εργασίας και σε όλα αυτά τα καθήκοντα μπορούμε να βρούμε το χρόνο για να μάθουμε και να χρησιμοποιήσουμε αυτό το εργαλείο. Με εμένα θα με τρόμαζε η ιδέα να μου δώσουν ακόμα μια τέτοια αρμοδιότητα, αλλά νομίζω η απάντηση είναι σε αυτό που είπε ο καθηγητής, ότι η συμβουλή του είναι μία μικρή ομάδα σε κάποιες υπηρεσίες ή σε μία υπηρεσία, σε κάθε υπηρεσία, εν πάση περιπτώσει, να ασχοληθεί με το θέμα, να εξειδικευτεί. Οπωσδήποτε χρειάζεται εξειδικευμένη γνώση, η οποία θα υποστηρίξει στην αρχή την υπηρεσία και μετά θα μπορέσει να διαχύσει την εμπειρία αυτή και ώστε να γίνει καθημερινή η χρήση. Αυτά λέγαμε και στο διάλειμμα, γιατί αυτό που τον ρώτησα ήταν ποιος τα έκανε όλα αυτά που μας παρουσιάσατε. Ποιος έκανε όλη αυτή τη δουλειά, ποιος ανέπτυξε την τεχνολογία, ποιος έκανε το data analysis και όλα αυτά. Και μου είπε ότι είχαν την τύχη να έχουν 2 ανθρώπους, που γίνανε μετά 3, που είχαν την εμπειρία από τον ιδιωτικό τομέα, τους προσέλαβε η υπηρεσία, ανέπτυξαν τεχνολογία, πετάξαν τα drones και κάνανε αυτή την ανάλυση και πετύχαν αυτά τα αποτελέσματα. Professor, I was very briefly transferring our conversation during the break on how you managed to do this job and who were the people involved, and that it was not a big group of people, but following your latest advice, it was a small specialized group of people that supported your agency, and this I think is the best way to move forward. Έχει κάποιος να ρωτήσει κάτι? Γεωργία, έχουμε κάτι, βλέπουμε από το chat. No, we don't have any other questions, Professor.
Έχουμε ένα χεράκι.
Yes, we do.
Ο κύριος
Yes,
Αβραάμ. Ναι.
Yes, colleague Dimitris Avram from City Close to Thessaloniki, Veria. Ναι, Δημήτρη, σε ακούμε.
Ναι, με ακούτε έτσι?
Βέβαια.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Υπάρχουν πολλά σημεία από όλες τις παρουσιάσεις που χρήζουν συζήτησης.
Δημήτρη, συγγνώμη, επειδή ο καθηγητής δεν ακούει την μετάφραση, μπορείς εσύ να μιλήσεις, να κάνεις την ερώτηση στα αγγλικά και όποιος θέλει να ακούσει τη μετάφραση από τα ακουστικά.
Okay, I can give a try. I say that there are many questions opened during all of the presentations of the day, but especially for this subject pertaining the use of drones, I would like to ask if there are some legal issues that should be solved before permitting the use of drones in private areas, even though in public areas, and how to overcome this obstacle, if there is any.
Yes, legal issues are in place for at least two sides, 2 reasons. The first one is the legal framework in which you can make a drone fly. So you need to have, at least for a certain type of drones, a flying license. Likewise, it could be a normal airplane. The examination that you have to follow is not so distant, not so far from what you need to drive an actual airplane. So it's quite complicated and also quite expensive. And this is the first. So first, you need to have authorized pilots. The second constraint that recently has been a little bit modified is on where you can go to fly with a drone, because there are zones in which the use of drone is forbidden, for example, around an airport and so on, so not to interfere with the airplane routes and so on. And afterward, you cannot go in certain zone in which there is high density of population and so on because of the danger. This kind of constraints is a little bit decreased if you use that light type of drones, which we call harmless, that are allowed to fly also in with high density population zone. And there is another constraint, which is as well very important, is that at present, drones can be float only within the sight of view of the driver. So the driver must have in every moment the possibility to see where the drone is and to control, to check it, to avoid possible damages. But there's a big limitation because one of the fixed wing drones that I show you before has an autonomy of about 100 kilometers. And we made some trial to use this kind of drone to look for wastes on the border of rivers. You can put in a map, digital map in the drone to make that route. And you can have the situation of the ecological situation and the waste situation of a river in 1 hour flight. That is but obviously it was an experiment and it was not replied. And
maybe Dimitris was also referring to restrictions in terms of personal data.
Yeah.
And also the access to court. I mean, or rather, how could this information be used in front of court, whether it is allowed or not?
Exactly. In case of inspections that we made inside the plant, anyway, we had the power to do this because it was authorized plants. It was an administrative policy evaluation. So it was likewise going in a plane with a spectrometer, with another instrument. Any case, we asked for the authorization for installation for using this kind of techniques, to be sure that we were not blamed in front of the court of using something that was not in the law. And this is a first case. So in authorized situation, you have to find out a deal on this. In other situation, likewise of criminal investigation, we were covered by the prosecutors. So we were acting as a justice consultant. So we had the constraint that were set by the judge, but no constraint by the law. From the point of view, protection of personal data, etc. So in this way, we were able to deliver good products, staying in a certain legal area.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Corbatti. Any other questions? Άλλη ερώτηση? Από όσους μας ακούνε διαδικτυακά, έχουμε άλλη ερώτηση? Όχι. Okay, so this is it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for being with us and sharing all this valuable experience. We hope that one day we will be able to present something as good as your results. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ όσους ήταν μαζί μας σήμερα, διαζώσεις και διαδικτυακά, και σας περιμένουμε και αύριο να ακούσουμε τις εξίσου ενδιαφέρουσες παρουσιάσεις από τους ομιλητές που είναι στο πρόγραμμα. Ευχαριστώ και πάλι το Τεχνικό Επιμελητήριο, ευχαριστώ και την εταιρεία Level και τα κορίτσια που βοήθησαν εδώ στην διοργάνωση και θα πούμε περισσότερα αύριο. Καλό σας απόγευμα.
Γεια σας, καλό απόγευμα, γεια σας.
Γεια σου, Ελένη, και σε ευχαριστούμε που ήσουν μαζί μας όλη μέρα υπομονητικά.
Εγώ, παιδιά, ευχαριστώ. Giuseppe, have a nice flight back to Athens. Bye.
Thank you so much. Meet you this evening, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
I hope that the flight will be a little bit more timely than yesterday evening, because we had a 1 hour and a half delay yesterday.
Yes, I know. I've learned it. Okay.
So anyway, but here, Georgia will let me, and she will be there rushing by plane to make you arrive in the right time in the Athens. Thank you. See you later.
Bye. Have a nice flight back. Bye.